If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 61, Thor Odinson 2. Haha. Let's go. Thor yelled out like a child that's overdosed on sugar. But the power rolling off him was ridiculous. It was more than double than what Tiamat could release. I honestly don't think I can injure him if I don't go in for the kill. Elemental swords are out. Brute force as well, so no Zangetsu. I doubt Shinso would work. I don't think I can pierce his skin. Quite frankly, I don't even think I can use Suzumibaki on him. 2 hits and he is dead. Assuming that I am able to pierce his divine aura. Sakanade obviously is useless now. Wabisuk only has a slight effect on him, and I think I know why. It's his divinity. It gives him great strength and endurance and allows him to lift and move heavy objects in himself with little to no effort. That's why Mjolnir seems like it doesn't weigh much to him. I need to slash him a lot more so he will feel the effects. As for the mental part of Wabisuk's Bankai, I guess there isn't a lot of brain for me to manipulate with negative emotions. What the hell? How do I fight him? God-slaying attribute obviously. I really don't want to use my drive. Or any of my new swords like Boost and Divide. First of all, this is a friendly spar. It's bad form to use your full power here. Not to mention unleashing my drive in the middle of Asgard isn't the smartest move. I would be a laughing stock. Not only me but my team as well. Which is unacceptable since I'm trying to build a faction. Reputation is everything. But what other weaknesses can I exploit? Esterosa's ability physical full counter is perfect for him. The problem is that's a skill/ability, not a sword. The only reason I can even make a sword with that concept is because a sword is used to activate the ability in its original world. And the buttload of power I have to spend to make a single-use full counter. I can catch him off guard once. But I don't think it will work again, so I have to make it count. Maybe I can use Kuraka's Zanpakuto Kaiten Kyakotsu. Since he isn't very bright, I can use the children games to confuse him. But then again, he is a man-child. He might catch on and deal major damage to me instead. Yeah, let's not go with that one. Here I come. Thor ran at me. Well, I'll just go with the blow. I create Senbonzakura and make it scatter. This should do the trick as a distraction. I added God slaying to it. And as expected, Thor went right through it. He had some shallow cuts on his body, but they really didn't do anything. He healed it right away. Okay, then how about this? I create 100 daggers and scatter them randomly around us. Then I make the teleport sword and strap it to my back. I don't have the excess energy to spare to make it into an ink sword, so I can carry it as a tattoo. Were those daggers supposed to do anything? Thor punched me in the face. But right as he was about to hit me, whoosh! I disappear and appear behind him, slashing him twice, adding his weight to 1044 tons. Thor stopped and started to roll his shoulders. This feels uncomfortable. Divine aura burst from him. Much better, he says in a relieved voice. He used his divinity to increase his strength and lessen the burden. I just need to keep doing this. He has to use quite a lot of power to cancel out the weight. Lust vain. I make another clone of myself. Then I make another Wabisuk and enter Bankai. I can already feel the drain. I really need to train more so I can break through into Transcended class. I need more mana. That sword again? You really are an annoying opponent. Thor slams his fist behind him, destroying the attack made by Senbonzakura. Like you have the right to say that. I glance at my clone and nod. Both of us teleport near him and my counter-attack began. Team reactions. Is Isaiah losing? Dino asked. No one in particular. But the fight was more or less tied, with Thor having a small lead. I would say that it's natural to lose against Thor, as I stand no chance if I tried, but Isaiah is doing very well, Tiamat said with a small smile, before continuing. Thor is the strongest god of the north. He has been alive for millennia. It's already impressive that Isaiah has pushed him this far. He hasn't even lived for 2 full decades. Yet he stands among the top fighters of this world. Remember this. That is our leader. A talent that rarely appears in this world. But still, Thor's strength is off the charts. Valdora looked at the man as his belly sloshed each time he attacked Isaiah. Kurama scoffed. So what? I highly doubt that Isaiah doesn't have any trump cards left. Why doesn't he use his drive? Misaka asked with a frown as she watched the exchange of attacks. He can't use his drive, nay. It sets a bad image. We are trying to build a faction. What does it say if our leader needed to use his drive for each and every fight? Kuraka explained to her. She is right, Meredith nodded. Reputation is everything in the supernatural world. If we look weak or show any weakness, the other factions will eat us alive. That's why Isaiah is fighting like this. For us, for this team. For our faction, Asia said confidently. She looked like a girl gang member. Jeans that were ripped in a few places. A violet black t-shirt, and a dark violet hoodie. Isaiah is making something, Valerie announced as she narrowed her eyes in hopes of seeing what Isaiah was making behind his back. Back to the fight. Thor swung his hammer down. His weight was increased, with each step the earth shook. But it wasn't him alone, the hammer increased in weight too. And now that weight is falling down on Isaiah. Got ya! I bring out a hidden dagger that I have been making patiently in the last few minutes. Physical full counter. Boom! Thor's attack was sent back to him. He flew backward until he hit the arena wall. Asterisk crack K. Asterisk. A few seconds later, Thor came out of the hole while holding his head. Ow, that hurt. Damn, I was really hoping that he would take more damage. There was just a diagonal cut on his chest and blood was leaking from it. It didn't even faze him. The dude was walking around normally. Thor and I were separated. Thor was on one side, me on the other. Both of us were covered in bruises and cuts. Time to OHKO this sucker. Game over, my friend. Thor laughed out loud as blood was pouring out of him. He was winding up his hammer, one-hit knockout. I gripped my sword and started to gather my power. I will wait for him to attack and counter it. But at that moment Gasper frowned. OHKO. Game over? That's gamer talk, and why does the way he said it sound familiar? Just as Gasper was trying hard to remember, Thor raised his hammer high over his head. That's when it clicked for him. Gasper pointed at Thor as he yelled out, everybody turned to him. MC Hammer 69. Gasper said with an angry voice. Thor frowned at him. How do you know my gaming handle, child? That just made Gasper even angrier. You bitch. You left me all alone on the Spider Queen raid. We got her down to 40% HP and you logged off because you were too drunk. What? I just stared blankly at the little guy. Thor's eyes widened. Spider Queen raid? Ah. Diabrando is God. Thor was so surprised that he dropped his hammer before pointing to Gasper. Mic drop XD. Gasper jumped off the stands, landed on Thor and grabbed him by his shirt collar. After you left I had to fight her alone. I spent 2 hours dropping her HP down bit by bit. I got her down to 4% before she killed me. Do you know how hard I tried? Gasper was like an angry demon, his eyes were glowing and his face was red. He started to choke Thor. Are they gaming buddies? Wait, I remember. Gasper raged for like 2 days, cursing someone called Hammer. He went and blew up a nearby mountain to let go of his anger. So Thor was the cause. Right then. We shall settle this like men. A PvP battle, Thor said loudly. You're on. Gasper glared at him and both of them dashed out of the arena. Did Thor just forget about me? After that fight? I feel offended somehow. And disappointed. Feldera and Dino came to my sides and put their hands on my shoulders. Both of them grinned. Don't mind. I hate them. And I need a drink. A/N. This Thor is like All Might with a hammer. Overwhelming force. Chapter 62, Rossweisse. After that whole fiasco, I decided that I needed a drink. Or two. Or the whole distillery. Tiamat, Valerie, Asia joined me. Rossweisse guided us to a quiet bar. This sucks. Now. Don't feel too down, Isaiah. Asia giggled behind her hand. Valerie was sitting next to me and was patting me on the back. But she was also smiling. She is right. You went blow for blow with the God of Thunder. It was impressive. Tiamat nodded. It was obvious that she was proud of me. The final exchange of the fight, and Thor just left. This feels worse than a loss. I was pretty much tied with him in that spar. Both of us weren't using our full strength, but I still did pretty good against the strongest god of Asgard. Now I'm feeling pissed off. I apologize for dragging you in this mess. Rossweisse bowed her head a bit. She was feeling down ever since the fight. Why do you let them walk over you? I asked the girl. She might open up to us now. Well, I don't know. It would be bad if I fought back. I don't want to trouble my grandma. Rossweisse fidgeted with her fingers. Grandma. Oh, that's right. Her grandma was some sort of legendary Valkyrie. Gondol was her name if I remember right. Do you think that your grandma would be happy to see you treated this way? Asia asks her in a gentle tone. Trying to upset her. Well. No. But. I'm a coward. I just can't. She started to tear up. Great, now she is crying. Are you afraid of fighting? Or are you afraid of hurting them? Tiamat asks sternly, making Rose flinch. Ah, good job. I know I'm stronger. I just don't want to hurt them badly. I'd get in a lot of trouble afterward. A Valkyrie of my position injuring fellow Valkyries. I'd probably get fired and have no chance at any good jobs after that. I kind of get that, if she was alone. But her grandma is a living legend. She can take care of any backlash. Can you tell me how you grew up? It might help us understand, I say softly, and the girls nod, giving her support. Rose looked unsure, but as we were trying to help her out, she took a deep breath and started. Well, I was raised in the countryside by my grandma. Voth, my parents are warriors who serve the Norse gods and rarely come home. My house specializes in 3 types of magic. Like many families, we use Norse rune style, fairy magic Gondol style. But we also have a specific magic spiritual Sais style. All of these have been down through the family for generations. With the Sais style being the most important one. I did a lot of ceremonies to inherit my family's magical crest, but I wasn't able to. So my cousin ended up receiving the position as the family head instead. My parents were disappointed at me. That's the kind of bullshit that I expect to see from devils. Sarayorg is the perfect example. Oh, one of our clan members doesn't have our not-so-famous ability? Well, throw him out, and exile them. He or she is an embarrassment to the clan. It's not like they still carry our genes, and could potentially have children who are born with that ability and would seek vengeance. Is it vengeance or revenge? Morons, the whole lot of them. Every faction has this type of idiot. The devils just happen to have a lot more. Like half their faction. I studied really hard because I didn't have my family's magic. I spent all my time in the library and skipped a lot of grades. I learned the Norse rune style, fairy magic Gondol style, and many other magics. But because I had no friends or social life and my peers were, well, bitches. They called me the Valkyrie that's never had a boyfriend. Oh, she used her countryside accent. Tears were forming, but she pushed them down. She is really an emotional person. I got a lot smarter and stronger. My parents were surprised, but everybody else still criticized me. To my clan I was not a failure, but I wasn't anything special as well. I just existed. They completely ignored me. Idiotic on their side. I mean, you have a child, well, teenager who is an academic genius and skipped a lot of grades. If I was in their place, I would nurture Rose, even as a researcher. After all, it's not like you need a lot of strength to research magic or any other topic. While working as a Valkyrie, I had trouble finding souls of heroes to bring to Valhalla. Then I was appointed as Odin's bodyguard. But I'm used as a maid by Odin, constantly taking care of him during his trips and supporting Odin with his daily life. The salary is small, and other Valkyries call me Odin's servant girl. Tears were already falling from her azure eyes. Asia and Valerie quickly went to her side and hugged the life out of her. I take one of her hands. Thank you for sharing that with us, Rose. She nodded and gave me a small smile. Were you serious about that invite? Rossweisse looked at me. So she is interested. That's very good. I nodded her question. Yes, you are a talented magician. And you obviously are unhappy here. If you want to change, or just be free, you are welcome to join us. You don't have to accept now. We will be spending some time on Asgard before moving to another location. Think about it. It's your life. Don't let others decide for you. Thank you. She gratefully nods at me. Bzzzzzzz. Bzzzzzzz. Feldera? Yo, I pick up the phone. Isaiah. Feldera yelled out. He seemed out of breath for some reason. I facepalm. What did you do? We found this awesome snake dragon. But we woke it up from its nap and now it's chasing us all over the sea and forest. This is super fun. Do you want to join? This time it was Tiamat who facepalmed that idiot. He woke up Jormungandr. Those idiots. Jormungandr is the biggest dragon in this world, he is 600 meters long. He could eat Veladra with a single bite. Feldra dude. You broke one of the sacred rules. Do not wake up a man who is enjoying his nap. Just so you know I'm on his side. Dino complained next to Feldra. I end their call and quickly call Kurama. Beeb. Beeb. Ha ha ha. Hey Isaiah. I can hear Kuraka and Konako giggling in the background. What are you guys doing? I already knew the answer. We are watching Feldra, Dino, and Zenobia be chased around by a giant snake dragon. You should come, it's very entertaining. I sigh and end the call. Sorry, Rose. We have to go. Asia will take you home before teleporting back to us. I turn to Asia, who just nods. A silent "of course I will" was written on her face. Rose stood up with us. Thank you. I hope to see more of you. It will help me with my decision. This is really good news. You are welcome to join us at any time. We will be traveling all over Asgard and seeing the sights. You just have to follow the noise and you will find us. Rose giggles at that. We all leave the bar. Asia and Rose went in one direction. Me, Valerie and Tiamat went towards our group. Wonder how Jormungandr will react to Tiamat. Thankfully when we got there Jormungandr didn't kill them. He was just teaching the brats a lesson for waking him up. Feldra, Dino, and Zenobia were in a barrier sphere cast by Jormungandr. He was throwing the sphere all over the place. Spinning it, smashing it, doing trick shots. Stop. I'm going to puke. Feldra complained. If you puke on me I will burn your manga collection. Dino yelled out before quickly shutting his mouth with his hands. All three of them were nauseated. Zenobia was already unconscious. I sit down next to Kurama, who was laughing his ass off. How long has this been going on? Ha 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 ha. The chase for 20 minutes and the barrier sphere for 10. This is the funniest thing I have seen in my life. Ha ha ha. Jormungandr started to glide the sphere over his body. Is he doing basketball tricks? I felt my lips twitching. And just as I said it, a ring of fire appeared in the sky. Whoosh. 3 points. Nothing but net. Maybe I should just let the man have his fun. Does anyone have popcorn? Misaki handed over a bag without taking her eyes off the sphere. Meredith was looking a bit worried though. Sometimes she would laugh, other times she would bite her lips from being too nervous. Young love. He turned to us. Did he just notice us arriving? How much fun was he having for him to forget his surroundings? Well, to be fair, part of the group was already here. Me, Tiamat and Valerie just arrived. Jormungandr threw the sphere in the air, he raised his tail and waited for the sphere to come in the exact position he was aiming for. Bap! He slammed the end of his tail at the sphere like a baseball bat and sent it flying toward us. The sphere hit the ground a couple of meters to our left, causing a giant crater. Well, there is a familiar face. How have you been, Tiamat? I think he smiled. And he was very polite. Very good actually. I found my mate. How about you? Tiamat smiled as she looked at me. Can't complain. Oh, and congratulations on breaking through. The first of us 5 Dragon Kings to reach that realm. I am truly happy for you. Jormungandr turned his attention to me before grinning. Impressive. For you to accept him as your mate, he must have defeated you. Yet he stands before me and I can only sense low high-class power coming from him. I smile at the giant serpent. Hello, Jormungandr. I am Isaiah. It's a pleasure to meet one of the 5 Dragon Kings. I would like to apologize for the actions of my people. He just smiled at me. Well, I think he is smiling kinda hard to tell. I do admit I was a bit annoyed when they woke me up, but I got my revenge and had some fun as well. I was going to wake up in a few months anyway. So it isn't that big of a deal. Glad to hear that. It was good seeing you again, Tiamat, but if you will excuse me, I'm going to find something to eat. The last time I ate was a couple of years ago, and with that he dived down in the sea or ocean, or whatever this body of water counted as. Meredith and the rest were helping Feldra, Dino, and Zenobia. All of them were nauseous and could barely stand up. Don't heal them, Valerie. They brought this to themselves. Let it be a lesson. Valerie just smiled, wasn't planning to. They literally tickled a sleeping dragon. Let them deal with the consequences. That's my girl. Asgard. Countryside. Rose was walking down a small paved path. It leads her to a moderately sized cottage. It blended perfectly with the surroundings and looked very mythical. She looked at the door before she took a deep breath. Knock. Knock. Coming. An older voice yelled out. If it's another one of Odin's grunts, I'm freezing your balls. Rossweisse sighed. Well, looks like Granny hasn't changed one bit. The door opened. It was an elderly woman in deep green robes. She looked younger than what you would expect for a woman her age. Her face lit up as soon as she saw who was at the door. Rose. You came back home, she said happily. Hi Granny, Rose said bashfully, feeling bit bad that she hasn't visited in a while. Come here, Wukong quickly hugged Rossweisse and squeezed, happy to see her granddaughter. Granny. Too much. Can't breathe, Rose complained. Grit those teeth in. I haven't seen you in a long time and I missed you. So this is you punishment, Gondol replies happily. Grandma, Rose whined. After a few moments of hugging the life out of Rose, Gondol let her go. Come on, come inside. Tell me what's been happening to you, Gondol said with a loving smile. Rose just smiled nervously, something that Gondol picked up on but didn't say anything. She brought tea and sat down with Rose. What happened? She said in a no-nonsense tone. If they bullied my sweet little Rose again, I'll turn those jealous brats bald. Well. Rose started explaining what happened. Everything from meeting Isaiah and his team in the bar, to them separating today. Gondol just hummed and nodded. Sometimes even smiled. But just kept quiet as Rose was narrating her story. Well, you certainly had an interesting day, Gondol let out a hearty laugh. Grandma. What should I do? Rose said in a low tone. She felt like a little kid all over again. Weak and filled with self-confidence issues. Unsure on what her next move is. Gondol only sighed sadly. Her little Rose had no friends and no childhood. She doesn't have anyone her age to stop her from being lonely. Now a mysterious and strong group shows up all of a sudden and changes that. She could tell by the way Rose smiled that she enjoyed shopping with the female members. Then there is the leader. Isaiah, he stood up for her and invited her to the group. Rose seems to have a positive impression of him as well. What do you think of them? Gondol asked her with a gentle tone. I like them. They are all so nice and funny. The girls actually talk to me normally, even though they dragged me off to shop with them. I had a lot of fun. What about the men? Gondol wiggled her eyebrows, causing Rose to blush. Well, Dino is lazy, always arguing with Meredith. I think they like each other. Feldera is like an energetic child. Gasper is a child, he looks up to the other members. Most of the time Kurama is very serious, he gives off this mature air about him. And then there is Isaiah. Rose's blush got a bit redder. He cares for everyone and watches over them, he stood up for me. A stranger. Her voice got quieter and quieter. He said. I'm talented and pretty. Rose barely whispered that part and her ears were bright red. But Gondol heard her and was grinning like a maniac. Grandbabies. She then proceeded to give Rose advice for hours. Not so subtly hinting on how to seduce Isaiah. Great-grandbabies? Since Rose is her granddaughter. 1 week later. It has been a great week of just messing around and relaxing. Because of the rumors, we were pretty much left alone. Rumors of the fight spread, a man who could tie with Thor. Except for a few muscleheads who challenged us and got sent flying by Asian, nobody bothered us. Thor and Gasper were busy gaming. Rose would come over to have some fun with us every day for a few hours. I think she is warming up to us. Jormungandr and Dino became fast friends due to their lazy way of life. Even after Jormungandr tormented Dino for a while. The girls did a lot of shopping. So they are happy. Now all of us were gathered and we were having a poker tournament. No magical cheating, of course. And especially no senjutsu, since we can use it to find out if someone is bluffing or not. Bzzzzzzbzzzzbzzzzz. Meredith's phone buzzed. It's probably LaFay. She answers the phone without even looking at who was calling. Hello, Meredith answered, but her eyes were scanning everybody else. Trying to find a tell. Please help me. A young voice yelled out. Surprising all of us. That voice. Kanu? Number A/N. Yes, I know it's Kanu. But it feels weird to pronounce. Kanu feels more natural to me, so I'm changing it. Oh, and I think the Jormungandr part could be pretty realistic. Chapter 63, Back to Kyoto. Please help me. That voice. Kanu? Kunu, what's wrong? Meredith yelled out. The other girls were nervous. Kunu sounded really afraid for the little girl. I don't know. I was having fun outside when all of a sudden some people started attacking Kyoto. They are calling themselves heroes. Really? Those idiots are still willing to attack Kyoto after we took out their main officers? How desperate for attention are they? Morons, Kurama scoffed. Some people just want to commit suicide, I guess. Tiamat grinned, her power fluctuating a bit. She clearly wanted to go. No kidding. And I was just wondering where I could find the 3 Longinus from the hero faction. And they just delivered themselves to me. I was able to sneak away and hide, but they are after my mum. Please. Help me. We all quickly glance at each other then nod. It an unanimous decision. Looks like we are heading back to Kyoto. We will be there soon, Kunu. Just stay safe and hidden. Really? Kunu yells out. Stay quiet, I reprimand her, and she quickly puts her hand over her mouth. Yes. What else can you tell me about the situation there? Kunu closed her eyes. She was frowning as if she was thinking very hard. I don't know if this is important. But they attacked the East Yokai faction as well. The one who is stationed in Kanto, Kunu mumbled. Kanto region. That's where Tokyo is. Dino started remembering the map. To be fair, he is new to Japan. I had some trouble with the regions when I first got here. The East Yokai faction have an agreement with the 5 clans. The agreement is joke, as they still fight each other. Kurama snorted, finding it a bit funny. But why would the hero faction attack Nurarihayan and his men? I mean, attacking one of the yokai faction is one thing. But pissing off both? Meredith pointed out. A distraction perhaps, Misaki suggested. But wouldn't that be obvious? We started to go back and forth and bounce ideas off each other. But do those idiots really want to piss off all the yokai in Japan? Are they really that dumb and racist? Who am I kidding? They absolutely are. If it wasn't for Indra's backing, those idiots would have been killed off before they could even form their faction. Indra is probably going to visit us after this incident. But I can't bring myself to care. 3 Longinuses, ripe for the picking. Pissing off Indra is worth it. We quickly asked Odin's real secretary if he was free. We wanted to thank him for being such a nice guy and allowing us to chill in Asgard. Surprisingly, the secretary told us to go to the nearest Oppai club. Odin made them mainstream in Asgard. And chose to spend his time there instead of his office. We follow the direction she pointed at and we found ourselves in front of a building with the words Oppai Club. The 2 PP had dots inside, making them look like boobs. Sigh. I'm not even surprised at this point. After all, this is the guy who goes around children's parks so he can spread the Oppai religion. Which is ironic in a way. The chief god of Norse mythology chose to spread Oppai instead of his own mythology. I'm not going in there, Meredith scowled as she pointed at the club. Me too, Ingvild raised her hand. Valerie just gave me a smile that sent shivers down my spine. If I go in there, I'm punching Odin. So I will stay outside. Tiamat didn't say so. She made a statement. The other girls refused as well. Which I understand, to be fair. I wouldn't want to enter a gay club either. I'm out. Kurama was just calmly smoking his tobacco in his pipe. The smells in there would most likely destroy my nose. Don't care. We will be fighting as soon as we hit Kyoto. I'm catching some ZS while I can. ZZZZZZ. Dino just fell asleep. On a floating cloud. Oh yeah. Dino mentioned he got a goodbye gift from Jormungandr. He couldn't have gotten Dino a better gift. Imagine Agars from Marai Mashita. Iramakun. I expected Meredith to hit him, but she blushed a bit when she looked at him and turned away. Interesting. I wonder how the butler for a day went. They definitely made some improvements to their relationship. I'm happy for them. Well, let's go. Feldera entered the club. I sighed and followed him. I actually dislike places like this. These places are perfect for spies. They spike the drinks and the food. And men always talk and boast, when they are around beautiful women. We go in and there is loud music and half-naked women dancing on small stages. I turned to Feldera. How is your nose not dead? He is a dragon. The smell here is just as you would expect. Cigarette smoke, overwhelming amounts of perfume. Spilled alcohol. I turned off my sense of smell, of course. Feldera tilted his head. Of course. After looking around we spot Odin, who was surrounded by beautiful women with big breasts. He was laughing like a pervert and flirting with them. He notices someone was looking at him and turned toward us. Oh! It's you guys! Come on over and join me! Bahaha! Odin laughed boisterously. He is drunk. Sorry to ruin your fun, old man. But there has been a situation, I say in a serious tone, and his attitude shifted. He sobered up, and became sharper and more serious. The women noticed this and left the booth. Odin put up a barrier to block out sounds. What kind of a situation? Odin said in a no-nonsense tone. Kyoto is under attack. The hero faction is attacking Yasaka and her faction. Odin face-palmed to that. Ugh! Let's take this to my office. Damn it, and I was having such a good time. We were in one of Odin's offices. This one was smaller and more informal. Then his big-ass throne room. All of us were there. Rose was next to Odin, Thor was sitting around like a slob and was getting a death stare from the secretary for some reason. We just gave Odin the information we had on the situation. So let me get this straight. Some racist human brats want to commit genocide on the supernatural races. Have attacked Kyoto to capture Yasaka and use her to open a dragon gate to summon Great Red. Odin says it slowly. Trying to understand their thought process. That's so stupid. No, that's borderline suicidal. Let's say they succeed and really do summon Great Red. What are they going to do then? That dragon doesn't like when his peace is interrupted. Apparently they have Samael's poison with them. Odin just blinked with his one eye. So don't tell me they think that alone will be enough. At best it can give him something like indigestion problems. Which will piss him off even more. Sigh, I assumed so. Great Red is even stronger than Rossweisse, and he isn't naive as her. I mean, she just stood there when Cao attacked her and used Samael curse. I mean, it was obvious that they were going to betray her. Ha ha ha. They are going to be eaten alive. Thor laughed out loud while drinking beer that he got from God knows where. Yep. But I want to avoid it if possible. We were asked a favor by a friend, so we are going to go and save Yasaka. So we wanted to say goodbye before we left. Thank you for letting us visit Asgard. Kunu is technically a friend. Bahaha. You are welcome anytime. You pretty much were tied with Thor in your spar. That showed my troops that there are still many unknown people in the world. So you could say that I gained the most from your presence here. Odin laughed like an old scammer. He is right. Our army doubled the difficulty, the training regiment. Oh, and sorry about the spar. Come again anytime to finish it. Thor raised his beer glass as he grinned. Well, we will be taking our leave. We have a city to save, just as we were about to head to the Bifrost. I'm coming with you, Rose stepped up and said with a serious expression. Odin just smirked and kept quiet. But his smile never left his face. He was hoping for this. Did you decide? I asked her. I could feel the excitement from the girls behind me, even though they had their poker faces on. Yes, she nods to MC, then turns to Odin. I'm sorry, Lord Odin. But consider this my official resignation. She looked directly at him, ready for any punishment. But Odin just started to laugh. It was deep, he was laughing from his gut. Ha 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 ha. You finally found some guts, our little Rose is growing up. Odin whipped a fake tear. Embarrassing Rossweisse in front of everyone. Odin-sama. Rose whined. A/N Lord Odin or Odin-sama. Ha ha ha. Go out and have a grand adventure, Rossweisse. So grand that the news will travel back to Asgard. Thor gave Rose some encouragement. That was just what I expected him to do actually. Thank you for everything. Rose bowed at Odin with a tearful face. Go on, my child. I hope to hear of your adventures. And remember, you can always come back home, Odin said with a grandfatherly tone. Rose nodded as tears fell down her cheeks. Welcome to the team, Rose. We will have a party later. But now we have work to do. Kyoto. Ah, Kyoto, I miss this place. Boom. Boom. Crack. Boom. It's on fire. Kyoto is on fire. We are greeted by hundreds of dragonoid monsters. They were wreaking havoc. Ah. Monsters made by Annihilation Maker. Anti-monsters. Leonardo creates monsters to counter each individual species. For devils, he makes the monster immune to demonic power and have the ability to use light attacks. For angels it's the opposite, and so on. Honestly, that kid is such a pain in the ass. Nuhu. Feldra. Cried out. All of us turned to him. Tears were falling from his eyes. What happened? Feldera pointed down at the street. They burned down the manga store. Asia walked behind Feldera. Her eyes were hidden by her hair. Don't say us, you idiot. She kicked him in the back, folding his body and sending him flying straight into the monsters. That moron. I thought it was something serious. I actually fell for that. Gasper Valerie, Kuraka, and Konako. Avoid Cao. The true Longinus is said to have such powerful holy light that just looking at it causes devils and vampires great pain. The true Longinus can also create blades made up of holy power, which is powerful enough to vaporize both high-class and even ultimate-class devils with relative ease. Honestly, that thing has so many OP abilities that it's ridiculous. And don't even get me started on its balance breaker and drive. The true Longinus is the biggest bug in this world. Especially its drive. The truth idea. Truth idea depends on God's will, which dwells inside of the Holy Spear. It can help. It could cause several effects and miracles like annihilating their opponent or capture their heart, which probably means brainwashing them. God was good at brainwashing people. It depends on God's will. In the DxD, God's will chose say instead of Cao. I don't know what that says about God. But it was probably choosing the lesser evil. A racist homicidal maniac who wants to commit genocide or a pervert who wants boobs. I would have chosen the same honestly. What about you, Nae? Kuraka asks worriedly. Everybody turns to me. I understand it. At the end of the day, I am still a devil. And I will be fighting my absolute counter. But sparring against someone in a death match are two completely different things. If it's to the death, I have a high chance of winning. I'll figure something out, I say confidently. I have complete trust in myself not to die. You guys just need to take care of Dimensional Lost and Annihilation Maker. The rest of their members should be just scrubs. Keep them alive. Dino just smiled. You want to take their sacred gears? I grinned, of course. Well, looks like our team will be getting a power-up. Kurama smiled maliciously. Asia slammed her fists together, and as she was operating them, her sacred gear, a pair of knuckle dusters, appeared on her hands. I was feeling a bit stressed from just sparring. So beating them up will be some good stress relief. Isaiah Nae. I want a date after this. Kuraka jumped on my back and said seductively. Me too, senpai. Konako was right behind her. Hey, get in line. I'm first in line for the next date, Asia complained. I watched as the girls argued. I'm having trouble deciding if it was smarter to intervene or just stay away. Okay then. Whoever takes down the most scrubs wins, Nae, Kuraka said smugly. She knew that the stronger members will fight the officers. Deal, Asia nods. I will win. Konako raised her fist. They all dashed away. Not even waiting for the rest of us. Sigh. Just go and end this as fast as you can, and will someone keep an eye on them? I facepalm as I point in the general direction that Kuraka, Konako, and Asia went. Roger. And with that, they disappeared and went to find their own opponents. The true Longinus. Hey. Let's see if the legend lives up to its name. Chapter 64, Hero Faction. The Hero Faction officers were in the air watching as their members and the anti-dragons wreaked havoc on Kyoto. A little more. And we will show the world that humanity is the strongest. Cao said with an emotional tone. The holder of the true Longinus was staring down as yokai were killed left and right. Yes. At long last humanity will rise above all the other species. George smiled. Cao's right hand. The user of Dimension Lost was using a large area of effect spells to specifically target and weaken yokai. Leonardo just noted, the little boy was making dragonoid monsters left and right. They formed from the shadows that emerged from the ground. Cao looked at the group that had just arrived. Who do we have here? He smirked at the group. Looking down on all of them. Arrogant prick is what the new group thought of him when they saw him. Cao. It's them. The ones who took down Jean and the others. George was instantly on guard as he informed the others of their identity. Cao narrowed his eyes. These were the people that killed his comrades. They killed my friends, the little boy Leonardo. Hello. Hero Faction. Isaiah calmly waved his hand at them with a smile. Oh, and by the way, your name is so pretentious. You call yourselves heroes but are nothing more than terrorists who fight the weak. We fight for humanity. Unlike you devil scum. And the rest of you. George addresses the humans in our group. Traitors to your kind. Mingling with monsters. Traitors get executed. The grunts behind them start to talk. They continue to trash talk us. It was really getting annoying. Like flies buzzing all around you. Dukelien. I call out. And a large wolf jumped out of my shadow. Each hair on his body had a metallic sheen. Every hair was as sharp as a sword. I make an accelerator sword and throw it in the air. Cripple them but leave them alive. That applies to all of you. I have use for them. God it Dukelien growled, and jumped. The blade hit his body but instead of cutting him it fused with Dukelien. He glowed green before disappearing. A second after that the screaming started. Hero grunts on the ground bleeding, with limbs missing from their bodies. Everybody else except Rossweisse and Ingvild immediately knew what he wanted to do. Take their sacred gears and their power. Cao sneered, where do you think you are? Go crack bang. Isaiah disappeared, the ground beneath him caved in. He kicked Cao in the chest, but Cao brought the spear in front of him and blocked it with the staff. The force of the kick still sent him flying, separating him from his comrades. Cao! George and Leonardo screamed out but were blocked by the others. Let me repeat your phrase, where do you think you are going? Kurama quickly shifted in his fox form, towering over the two heroes. His giant size distracted them. Whhhsss. Dino used Vritra's tendril and tied it to Leonardo's ankle. Up we go. Dino pulled on the tendril and sent Leonardo flying. Let's go. Kurama growled and went after Leonardo. Dino and Feldera followed. Tiamat, Rossweisse, and Gasper stayed to fight George. His dimension lost was very annoying to fight against. So Gasper would freeze him each time he wanted to run away with it. Tiamat and Rossweisse are the best magic users in the team. They volunteered to fight the descendant of the legendary Faust. Gasper. We will rely on you if he tries to run away, Tiamat said seriously. She quickly changed into her dragon form. Got it, Gasper nodded seriously. Shadows started swelling beneath him as his eyes glowed. Ready to freeze George at any second. Surrender, terrorist, Rossweisse said in her Valkyrie armor. Begone. George activated hundreds of different magic circles. Every dozen or so belonged to another culture of the group. Impressive. Just by eyeing it, I see Nordic, Celtic, Greek, Taoist and Egyptian magic circles. Rossweisse nodded as she made her own. Hundreds of circles were stacked above her. Tiamat, who was a bit further away on the right, summoned her own magical circles. Chaos breath, she blew out blue fire, that was rapidly approaching George. That was the signal for all the magic circles to start firing at their target. George quickly manipulated the dimension lost fog, but found himself freezing in place for a second. When he came to, Tiamat's dragon breath was right in front of him. George clicked his tongue. Instead of using the fog to run away, he used it to easily block the blue fire. Dimension Lost has the ability to create a special mist able to block any attack, as well as being able to transport anything inside of it into an artificial space. Though it doesn't possess direct offensive capabilities. Dimension Lost is the most powerful among sacred gears related to barriers and space. Tisk. That sacred gear is really annoying. This Gasper was annoyed. You just get ready to freeze him. Tiamat glanced back at Gasper, who nodded seriously. George realized he was in a bad spot, so he came to a quick decision. Balance breaker, dimension create, George yelled out. He converted the mist into a barrier that surrounded all four of them together, creating a pseudo dimension. Since Gasper was stopping him from running away, he used his power to transport grunts into the barrier he created to help him out. Karmic strike, Godolden fire engulfed her claws as she struck the barrier. It left a few deep cuts that quickly regenerated. I won't be able to break this barrier by force. I doubt many people can. The only way that it can be done is either by overwhelming force or someone with more skill in space magic, Tiamat mused. I agree. I doubt that even Odin-sama can break this. Not without going at it at full power for an hour or two. Rose looked at the barrier and said her opinion. Die. George started to combine spells, making arrays in the air. Fire and lightning mixed to create spheres of destructive powers. Air and water to create pressurized water attacks. Compressed earth spears with lighting coursing in them, or pressurized air bombs, and so on. The fight was in a stalemate. George attacked and tried to run away. Rossweisse and Tiamat blocked and counterattacked while Gasper froze George for a second before George broke out of it, but it was enough to stop him from leaving. This is really annoying. Tiamat growled. I'm ending this. Gapsir, get ready. Suddenly Tiamat threw herself in front of all the spells. They impacted her body. 1 or 2 attacks didn't do much damage on their own, but hundreds of attacks each second. Her scales cracked, and blood poured from her wounds. Ha 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 ha. The great chaos karma dragon. Turns out you were nothing special, George sneered. Karma shift. Tiamat's voice changed. It was deeper, and it sounded ancient, primordial. Her aura increased, her body and power grew. Her entire body was engulfed by golden fire. Karmic strike. Bright golden fire condensed from her body in her claw. She struck at George, who played after seeing the attack. He wanted to run, but Gasper froze him in place. When he was able to, Tiamat's claw was just in front of him. No! George screamed out as every type of barrier he knows was activated. A multi-layered barrier surrounded him. But the golden fire burned through it and sent George flying. His body was being burned by the fire. Hey, don't forget Isaiah said he wanted him alive, Rossweisse reminded Tiamat. Oh right. Tiamat shrunk into her human form. She was roughed up and injured. She went to grab George and undid the flames. His body had third-degree burns all over it. There, still alive. I need to go to Valerie so she can heal me up. Tiamat flinched a bit from her wounds. Why didn't you use this against your fight with Senpai? Gasper asked with a confused expression. This ability represents karma. The more damage I take, the stronger I get and more damage I can return. But there is a certain amount of damage I need to take before I can use it. Isaiah used abilities that slowed me down and messed with my senses. He didn't actually do that much damage to me. He overwhelmed me and made me a sitting duck, before threatening to cut my soul. Gasper put his fist on his pommel. Well, that just proves how awesome Senpai is. I wonder how the rest of the fights are going. Leonardo, Kurama and Feldera. Dino, remember that Leo is a kid and they are unreasonable and easy to manipulate. As such, I'm writing his character like that. Tones of monsters. Anti-monsters. A few for with dragon and yokai slaying. He can't make any for Dino since he is a fallen. They have the least amount of weaknesses of any species. You stupid monsters. You killed my friends. Leonardo waved his hands and all his monsters started shooting beams at Kurama and Feldera. Dino could dodge since he was smaller. Boom 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 boom. Man, this kid is annoying. Dino scratched his head as he flew around the beams. Shut it. Kurama and Feldera yell out as they either tank the hits or just slap them away. The beams had dragon and yokai slaying elements. They are extremely effective against them. Or would have been effective if it was before. Valerie eliminated their weaknesses. It still hurts. But it's just a normal attack now. Isai said to take him out before he goes into balance breaker. If he does, we are screwed. According to Isai, his balance breaker makes 12 Bandersnatch, a 100-meter tall monster, and 1 Jabberwocky, a 200-meter tall monster. Both are really strong and have extremely high regeneration. Not to mention that they can make more monsters just by themselves. I don't plan to stay here and fight for days until he is defeated, Kurama growled as he started to absorb more nature energy. You are telling me fighting for days is not my style. I say we go out from the start. I feel a bit bad since he is just a kid. But my sleep time is more important. I hate doing this, Feldera grumbled as he roared to the sky. Dark clouds started to gather above them. Feldera took to the sky, diving into the storm clouds. Dino sighed. Fine. Vritra. Are you stupid? You want to do it again? Vritra yelled at him. I trained hard, didn't I? Dino whined. Barely enough time has passed. You can probably go on for about 10 minutes now. Train more to completely unlock your balance breaker, you sloth incarnate. Hi. A violet light engulfed Dino balance breaker scale mail. When the light died down, Dino was in his purple scale mail armor. Senjutsu Fox Fire, Crimson Flames. Kurama let out a fire breath. Like a fire tsunami, his Crimson Fox Fire burned through most of the monsters. Then he raised his tails in the air and started comprising a ball of crimson fire. By Jehudama! He sent the attack at Leonardo. The small child frowned as he waved his hand. From the ground came out dozens of giant golems. They tanked the Bijahudama. Looks like he made them to be fire resistant. The sky rumbled as more and more lightning was gathering at the center of the clouds. Feldera's shape could be seen on the clouds when the lighting flashed. The lighting started to visibly gather near the center. It was circling around Feldera. When he came out of the clouds, Feldera's whole body was surrounded by lighting. Storm Breath Feldera let out a blue lightning beam. He exterminated most of the monsters, so he moved his head and the beam headed toward Leonardo. The kid quickly made many defense-type monsters who tried to tank Feldera's attack as they DD Kurama's. Leonardo saw that he was getting overwhelmed, so his power shot through the roof. Balance break! Dino flashed behind Leonardo. Dozens of tendrils came out of his armor and tied around Leonardo. Absorption line. Dino started to drain his power, messing up his transition into Balance breaker. Shadows appeared around Leonardo. He was making more monsters to attack Dino. Oh no, you don't. Delete field. The shadows fell back on the ground. The ability was cancelled by Dino, then he quickly used Shadow Prison to make his flames go around Leonardo and keep him in place. Well, that was easy. Feldera put his hands on his hips and laughed out loud. Bam x2. Ow. Why did you hit me? Because you are stupid. We went all out from the start to stop a potential catastrophe. But it doesn't change the fact that we were forced to do that by a child. Kurama explained to him and Dino just nodded along. Yeah, dude. It's like so lame to fight a kid seriously. Kurama turned into his human form and walked near Leonardo. What do you plan to do? Feldera tilted his head as he looked at Kurama curiously. Kurama raised his hand as his fingertips were lit on fire. But strangely there was a kanji sign on each fingertip. Senjutsu 5 Elemental Seal. He slammed his fingers in Leonardo's stomach, making the kid cry out in pain before passing out. Why did you do that? Dino scratched his head. Kurama just huffed, just a precaution. I really am not in the mood to fight unkillable zombie giants. Feldera just grabbed Leonardo and put the kid on his shoulder, like a sack of potatoes. Let's go. I want to see how the other fights are going. Without waiting for them to reply, Feldera dashed off. Sigh. Follow the idiot whoosh. I wonder. If I stay here and fall asleep, how long would it take them to notice I'm gone? Can I at least get a small nap? A/N. As far as I know, Leonardo doesn't speak that much. Bandersnatch and Jabberwocky. 12 Bandersnatch, a 100-meter tall monster. Jabberwocky, a 200-meter tall monster. Chapter 65, Isaiah vs Cao. Boom. A figure was launched into a building. Cao calmly exited the hole in the building and brushed his shoulders off. You are not very smart, are you? A devil fighting me alone, the user of the true Longinus. Even the Satans would avoid me. Cao smirked at me as I just arrived. I just smiled back at him, comparing me to the Satans? That kind of thinking will get you killed. All out from the start. Everything except my drive. His balance breaker is troublesome. It has multiple abilities. And one of them is Kakaratana. The ability to destroy weapons. I shudder to think what would happen in my drive. That's basically the heart of my gear. And my soul is connected. Well, at least his holy power will do less damage to me. I'm so glad Valerie got rid of that particular weakness. I'll have to do this without the drive. At least until I can nullify that particular ability. Balance breaker. Crimson booster. White division. Names for the swords are still up for debate. Hoo. Interesting. Cao smirked, completely assured of his victory. Two swords appear in my hands. One was red, the other one white. These were the swords that I made from taking a piece of Albion and Drake's armor. I raised the red one and cut myself. The red sword started to glow. It turned into dozens of small red orbs which headed to my forearms. There they condensed to form a pair of dark red vambraces. It has the original boosted gear's power. Double my power every 10 seconds. But it can only go up to half Drake's original strength. So theoretically in the end, my strength would be mine and half of Drake's power. Now all I need to do is make a little cut on Cao and White Division will activate. Then I will able to have his power every 10 seconds. The problem is that I can't use both at the same time. Every 10 seconds I have to choose to boost my power or have his. I don't know if it's because they are rip-offs or that they are polar opposites. But that's for another time. I make Lust Vein in my empty hand. WSHHHH. 4 copies appear next to me and I put away Lost Wayne. Clones. Cao raised his spear. Katanas appear in the hands of the clones. Collapse Sakanade. Raise your head. Wabisuk. Wabisuk and Sakanade are my all-time favorites. Diff buff swords are so freaking useful. Shoot to kill. Shinso. The extending sword. Because his spear also extends. I'll use this to counter him. If he extends his spear to attack me from the distance, I'll do the same with my sword. Both of us will be forced to dodge. I have my clones, but his balance breaker also has the ability Kahabatsuratana. It makes golems or solidars to fight for him. Just like the original Kiba had. I'll wait for the bankais. No need to drain my strength from the start. It would be better if I could cut him with white divide first. Then I will be able to start in top gear throughout the fight. With Sakanade activated, I dash at him. I appear behind him. The mirror world was showing that I was in front of him. My clones also started circling around him to distract him further. As I arrived to slash him from behind. Cao Rias' spear. I thought he was going to slash at the illusion in front of him. But he put the spear on his shoulder and pushed it backward, sending it straight at me. I blocked the spear tip with my sword. The tip started to extend. I quickly twisted my sword and attacked his back. But he saw it coming and threw a roundhouse kick at me, sending me flying back. But I was able to land a hit. With the mirrored world I managed to cut him. But just barely. It was a small graze. He must have figured out how the world works thanks to his intellect and instinct to figure out where the attack is coming from. Kinda ironic that such a smart man is doing something so stupid. Interesting ability. But such tricks are useless against me, Cao said with a smug look. Man, this guy really believes that he is the chosen one. Just because he got the true Longinus. Another Chuyunibu? I mean, what kind of group wears school uniforms to represent their faction? The white divide starts turning into white orbs. They head towards my wings. They attack themselves to the wings, becoming armor on the top edge of the wings. It looked more like accessories. But it doesn't matter how they look. They work just fine. Now that the preparations are made, I can start to fight seriously. In Crucio, I get enveloped by golden draconic armor. The vermbraces and the white wing accessories appeared over the armor. Armor won't save you now, Cao pointed the spear at me. Are you sure about that? I smirk at him. He couldn't see my face but could tell from the tone of my voice. Hey? Why wouldn't I be? My victory is all but assured. You are just a filthy devil who ran away from his master. He sneered. You had gotten the Excalibur sword and used its power to kill Kokabeel. Then attacked my members with a group. You aren't anything special. With the true Longinus it will be easy to finish you off. I will get revenge for my fallen comrades. Man, this guy loves the sound of his voice. And we attacked them by grouping up on them? The same tactic they were planning on using on us. Yet, I kinda doubt that. Boost. My vambrace glowed red. My power doubled, dropping me in low transcended class. How can you use boost? Cao yelled out as his eyes widened. He said I ganged up on his friends. Well, if he is going to accuse me of something like that, then I might as well make it true. I use Lust Vein again. My clones are even more powerful now. And I don't have to worry about my reserves now. Reduce all creation to ash. Raijin Jaka. Reign over the frozen heavens. Hiren Meru. Walk forward. Zangetsu. Rib. Ashisaji Jizo. A golden short sword appeared in my hands. It had 3 jigged blades and a golden baby face as a guard. This Zanpakuto has extremely potent paralysis poison. Murasame 1 cut 1 kill. I have no intention of recruiting him or having friendly relationships with him and his faction. I can freely go in for the kill. Wabisuk, Shinso. Bankai. Raijin Jaka, Hiren Meru. Bankai. Shinso, Zangetsu. Bankai. I immediately felt the drain. But thanks to the boost it's much more manageable. Cao started to sweat a bit from all the pressure that was locked onto him. He gripped his spear BAL. WSSHHHH. He was interrupted by Shinso. The blade extended and in a blink of an eye it appeared in front of Cao Cho, who used his spear to parry it in an awkward angle. Cao cursed in his mind. Damn. It extends faster than the true Longinus. How is this possible? The clone that was wielding Zangetsu called out, "Get Shuga Tenshou!" Whoosh! A black sword slash flew at Cao, who slashed it with his spear. Using the smoke screen the other clones repositioned themselves. From above a clone was slashing downwards with a charred blade that was releasing a small amount of smoke. Cao dodged. As soon as the sword hit the ground. Boom! the direction that the tip of the blade was pointing at was annihilated. Zhang Ka no Tachi. East, the clone smirked. This was the fire sword. All of the flames and heat is concentrated at the edge of the blade, especially the tip. It didn't light it on fire, or burn it away. It simply reduced it to nothing. Cao mumbled to himself as he shot out light beams from the spear. The beams hit the clones only to melt upon contact. Zhang Ka no Tachi. West. Cao was about to attack when he felt a presence behind him. 4 seconds are up. The clone that had appeared behind him had ice guards on his shoulders, arms, and legs. Divide I halved Cao's strength, making him stumble. I felt it fill up my reserves. Shikai Hyokatsu. Hiren Maru's ultimate move. It freezes anything near it, stopping all functions. It takes 4 seconds to activate. The clone using Murasame dashed, trying to destroy the ice sculpture. Crack! If only it were that easy. The ice broke apart. The spear stabbed the sword. Crrrrrr. Crrrrrr. Murasame started to crack. The spear glowed at the tip. Boom! An explosion destroyed both the sword and the clone. Polar Night Longinus Chakravartin Cao said to me with a glare. What a long-ass name. Minato, is that you? Speaking of which, those troublesome abilities are coming. Might as well make some preparation. I spread my arms and created hundreds of small daggers, throwing them randomly in our battlefield. You destroyed my sword, I say calmly. Kakaratana. The ability to destroy any weapon my spear touches. I will be using it quite a lot on you, he spat out. Guess he was angry that he was even pushed this far. He enveloped the spear with a lot of holy power. It was potent enough that if there were any high-class devils around us they would probably be reduced to ashes. Cao starts floating in the air. That should be his hat, Thiratana. He can levitate himself and others that he touches. He used 2 abilities so far. The one that he has about women. It Thiratana. Completely stopped the power of women. That is one OP sexist ability. Hat. I just realized he can use it on Vali. But it's useless here. I take out Excalibur. I really hope my theory is right. Extend the spear rushes towards me. He is smart. We are still in the mirror world. Yet he is fighting as he would do normally. A clone uses Shinso and extends it towards Cao. My sword is faster, but the direction of the sword changed midway and caused it to be way of mark. Maniratana, the ability to redirect an attack sent toward the user to another target. So it even works against weapons. Just as the spear was about to hit me, I block it with Excalibur. Ding! The spear tried to push through Excalibur. But the sword held on strong. What? Cao yelled out. I knew it. Excalibur can't be destroyed by the spear. God wouldn't make such a stupid weakness. What if the true Longinus and Excalibur users were friends who fought together over an argument? That would just weaken their faction. A/N I don't know about the original. But this makes more sense to me. That means the strongest sword had just become my strongest shield. And I was going to make it even more OP. Boost transfer. Another 10 seconds have passed. I use the boost on Excalibur. I activate its abilities. Rapidly, Nightmare and Transparency. I turn invisible as illusions of myself appear. My speed was increased even further. My clones keep him busy by dodging his attacks and sending their own, which he keeps redirecting. But it allowed me to slip in. I raised Excalibur and swung at his side. His instincts warned him, so he positioned the spear to block. But that was a bad move. Excalibur destruction. Boom! Cao was sent flying. Even though he blocked the attack, he still sustained some damage. Puchi! A clone stabbed him in the shin with Ashisaji Jizo. The poison entered his bloodstream. Damn you! He destroys the sword and kills the clone. Good, now he will spend more time and focus to keep the poison from affecting him with his power. I gotta make sure he doesn't run away. I make 4 more clones using Lustvein. They each go to 4 separate corners in the sky. 4-point ceiling barrier. The swords made a purple line to connect each other. Then a line shot from the tip of the sword down to the ground. Cao realized what was going to happen. But he couldn't stop it. Me and the clones were in his way. Fire and ice were blocking him from moving. Since they directly didn't target Cao, he couldn't redirect them. Shinso was used to stab repeatedly at Cao dozens of times. He did break the sword. Let's try that again. But this time let me add unbreakable to the. It's going to take more power but I can always steal it from HMI. Shoot to kill. Shinso Bankai. The same sword appeared once again in my hand, I passed it on to a clone. Hudush. Clang. 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 Cao parried the strikes but this time he noticed a difference. He couldn't destroy this sword. Slash. Cao quickly turned around to block an attack. But the attack wasn't aimed at him. A clone hooked the spear. And started to shake it. Cling, cling, cling. Cao impediment felt something was wrong and pulled away. But it was already too late. The clone slashed the spear 6 times. Each time it was tripling its weight. Assuming it weighs 5 kilograms. That's 3.645 kilograms. Cao could still hold it. He was strong enough, and now he directly used his power to levitate things on the spear. But that was also draining in power, naturally the heavier the person or object is the more power it takes to levitate it. Divide. I use it again, to have his strength. He stumbled. Now he had to focus to counter the weight of the spear and the poison. Kahabatsaratana Cao called out. From the ground rose dozens of warriors carrying spears. They dashed off to fight against my clones. They were pretty strong all things considered. But my clones were stronger. And it wasn't very smart. Now he has to split his attention on controlling his soldiers. Asaratana. Whoosh. I felt myself being teleported. He teleported me right in front of him as he was about to stab me in the gut. Well, nice try. Hudush. I teleport to the markers I left in the ground. That's another ability that I have countered. Cao was visibly seething. This is bad. I can't get a read on him. His powers are too versatile. Kakaratana, which was supposed to counter him, is now useless. Every time I try to take an opening he changes up his attack patterns and pulls out a new sword. It's time for my strongest attack. Boom! Cao's power exploded. He started to gather his power in the spear. He was going to use the strongest attack of his balance breaker. I summoned back 2 of my clones. They ditched his warriors and came to my side. I haven't killed enough people with Reincarnated for South to be useful, so no undead soldiers for me. But North still works. Parana Yakaratana Cao yelled out as he trusted his spear. A devastatingly powerful attack was heading at me in full force. I grab Excalibur, give Durandal to another clone. Reincarnated and Hiran Meru are here as well. Let's see if he can take this. Buddhist. Excalibur. Durandal. Zangka no Tachi. North. Absolute 0. The 4 attacks headed off. Halfway to meeting Cao's attack, they merged. Boom! The attacks at each other. They start pushing each other for dominance. The stronger attack will win. But I'm not one to put things up to luck. Kill them. Kamishini no Yuri. A clone pointed his sword to the attacks. I put my hand on the handle as well and pumped a ton of power into it. Pierce. Shinso extended at max speed. It pierced through my attack and Cao's. In less than a second it embedded itself into his shoulder and kept on pushing until he hit the barrier with his back. Thud. Cao screamed out in pain. When Shinso extends, it turns into dust to gain the speed it has. And it's coated with a deadly poison that disintegrates cells. Cao is a dead man walking. I need to get to him before he dies. Cao screamed out as ripped Shiso from his shoulder, severing it in the process. He grabbed the spear with the other hand as he fell down to the ground. Tenacious bastard! Isaiah! Damn you! Prepare yourself to be judged by God's will. Oh spear! The true holy spear which pierces through God. Oh shit! Suck the ambition of the king of domination sleeping within me and pierce through the gap of blessing and destruction. Me and my clones dash at him. You! Announce the will, and turn into a glow. Truth idea. Brightness of supremacy. A bright light flashed out of the true Longinus. It enveloped all of us in a single second. It can create miracles, though it depends on the user of the spear, as it is the will of the God from the Bible that decides if truth idea can be used. But nothing happened. Cao just stared blankly at. It didn't activate. How? It will either work or it will fail. That is the risk of truth idea. But it didn't activate. Oh. Truth idea is basically the will of God from the Bible. The true Longinus can affect anyone in this world. But I'm not from DxD originally. God can't judge my soul. I have no more strength. Cao's balance breaker fell apart. His reserves were dry. He could no longer fight the poison, so it quickly spread throughout his body, paralyzing him. I send in my clones to completely bind him and put him under stasis so he doesn't die from the poison. I won. I freaking won. Hell yeah. A/N. Zangetsu, cast off your fear. Look forward. Go forward. Never stand still, retreat and you will die. Hesitate and you will die. True Longinus. Pierce gods and Buddhas, shaving off their power and split powerful attacks. Can extend. Its light can vaporize high-class devils. Drive, truth idea. It can create miracles, though it depends on the user of the spear, as it is the will of the God from the Bible that decides if truth idea can be used. I see. So that is your will. So you have picked Sekuruti's dream over my ambition. I found a really cool site. Mila.com. It's like a wall where I can place notes, folders, images, lines. I can draw. It's so much easier to plan plots and ideas like this than to read them out in lines. I have been working on making a folder for DxD, Kiba. This will definitely help out in the future. Chapter 66, Sun Wukong. Niahahaha. I win, Kuraka yelled out at the top of her lungs. Asia just stomped her foot and created a crater beneath her. Damn it. Konako just pouted. Motivation is a powerful thing. Meredith looked in awe of the carnage that Kuraka, Konako, and Asia left, bodies thrown or burnt left and right. They threw the bodies so they would all be close to each other. Tell me about it, Misaki agreed with her, looking at some spots where the bodies were piled on top of each other. Zenobia looked down at her fists. I got the least. I'm sorry, Ingvild said awkwardly. She was the newest member and she did pretty okay. You will get better, Valerie patted Zenobia on the shoulder, making her slump a bit. Well, you look like you had fun. Kurama dropped down from the sky. He laid down, he unconscious and bound Leonardo. Feldera and Dino were right behind him. When they came right on top of us, Dino put away his wings and started to free dive. What is he doing? Meredith just stared blankly. Ha 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 ha. You are going to have a rough time. Kuraka patted Mirti on the shoulder. A few meters of the ground, Dino summoned the fluffy cloud that he got from Jormungandr. And fell right on top of it, falling asleep instantly. Zzzzzzz. Zzzzzzz. You know, at this point, we should consider that a special skill. Feldera pointed at how easily Dino fell asleep. Meredith facepalmed while screaming in her mind, why did I have to fall for him? Konako had tick marks on her head as she watched Dino and Meredith. Just get together already. She went behind Meredith and picked her up. Hey Konako, Shironi. What are you doing? Konako threw Meredith at the small cloud. Kaie. Thud. Meredith fell on top of Dino. Hey? Who's attacking? Dino quickly woke up only to find himself staring at Meredith's chest, which was in front of him. He looks upwards to find her looking at him with a red face. Yawn, a dream? I hope this one lasts a while. Dino pulled her in his arms and fell asleep. Meredith was red from the tip of her ears, down to her neck. The rest were dying from laughter, especially Feldera. Rahahaha, my chest, can't breathe. Laughed too much. Thud. Feldera fainted from laughing too much just as Tiamat, Rossweisse, and Gasper arrived. Tiamat took one look at Dino and Meredith before grinning. Oh, Isaiah is going to love this. She threw the burnt George to the ground. Gah, he cried out in pain. Oh, stop whining. Gasper suddenly froze. At times like these, I have to ask myself. WWSD. What would Senpai do? The answer was simple. Blackmail photos. As he separated into dozens of bats. Some of them were holding cameras. He was taking photos of Dino and Meredith from multiple angles. Well well. What do we have here? Isaiah dropped from the sky as he was holding a half-dead human. Embarrassing photos of Dino. Sir Gasper saluted. Isaiah takes a look at the photos. Before chuckling, well done, soldier. Gasper smiled at the phrase. Kurama, can you gather them up? Isaiah asked the fox that was lazing around and smoking his pipe. Sure, he blew out a smoke cloud. From his back, a single tail burst out and buried itself in the ground. A few seconds later, about 100 hair strands erupted from the earth. They acted like tendrils. Each wrapped themselves around a half-dead member before throwing them in a specific spot, making a big pile. Thank you. Now to take care of the Longinuses, Isaiah stretched out his hand. Can you do this old man a favor and let them go? A deep ancient voice boomed behind them. MCPOV. I hear a deep voice behind us. All of us quickly blast our powers before we even turn around. When we did, we saw how it was. He was 1 meter tall, covered in golden fur, wearing a monk's cassock, a wrinkled, creased face and black skin, wearing prayer beads around his neck and a golden headband around his forehead. He was smoking tobacco from his pipe, which was similar to Kurama's. Sun Wukong is the first Monkey King and is known as the Great Victorious Fighting Buddha and the Great Sage equaling heaven. And he is Indra's vanguard. You must be smoking some strong shit if you think that's going to happen, old man, I reply to him. Sigh, why must you be so difficult? Do you know who I represent? Sun Wukong sighed. Yet. Indra. King of the gods and Lord of heaven. I say calmly. I am not intimidated by him. Ah, the ass that killed me is still alive? That's a pity. Vritra showed itself on Dino's wrist. Don't be too hasty with your conclusion, Vritra. Who knows, he might die pretty soon depending on Sun's actions here. Sun Wukong frowned at my words. Are you threatening Lord Indra? One of the leaders of the Hindu pantheon. I shook my head. No, not of the Hindu pantheon. I'm threatening the crazy god of war that wants to launch a coup d'état against Shiva. Wukong recoiled like he had been punched. How do you know that? Power burst from him. If Indra comes to us for any intention, then we will join Shiva in the war and kill him. Sun seemed to be weighing his odds before sighing. I'm sorry, but I need to take them back with me. He raised his hand and a portal appeared in the sky. Ha 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 ha. Looks like you need help, old man. A booming lively voice was heard. You long, Tiamat and Vritra said at the same time. One of the 5 dragon kings. Mischievous dragon, jade dragon. And the self-proclaimed the liveliest dragon. Who? Tiamat. Vritra. Long time no see. Yulong said cheerfully. What are you doing here, Yulong? Tiamat stared blankly at him, while Vritra just observed. Well, the old man called for help. Guess I will be fighting you now. I wanna see how strong you have gotten after breaking through. Tiamat and Yulong dashed toward each other, both of them turning to the east, taking their fight away from the rest. Keep us busy. I need a few moments. I stay to my team. Zenobia catch. You aren't ready yet, but you will need it for this fight. I threw her dirndl. I wish she had more time to spend training on the basics. I still haven't officially given her dirndl back. Got it. They dash at Sun to buy sometimes. I use Lustvein and make a few clones. Each made a soul reaper in their hands. This is going to take a while. Normal to relatively strong sacred gears? Easy extraction. But Longinus is whole other story to extract. Team vs Sun Wukong. Extend Ruyi Bang. Sun pointed his staff at Kurama's giant form. Kurama used Senjutsu and Toki to block it, but the staff just kept pushing him back until it threw him back for a kilometer. The only reason it stopped was that the others were attacking Sun. Nay. Bai Cao wasn't kidding. You are such a pain, Kuraka complained as Sun was messing around with her Senjutsu. He was countering her every move. You need a lot more Senjutsu training to stand up to me, little kitten. Sun smiled as he tried to dash through them. Nail missile. Asia, your turn. Meredith turned to Asia, who summoned her sacred gear. Knuckle dusters appeared on her fingers. Take this, you old ass monkey. Aura. Asterisk boom. 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 Boom, asterisk. Nail missiles flew at Sun Wukong at incredible speed. Holy power. In nails? The holy nails blessed by Christ's blood. Technically I am a Buddha, but those things can hurt me as well. Sun used his staff to tap the missiles, making them change their direction and miss him. Kirin. Falling star. Feldera and Dino yelled out. At the same time, Feldera threw a very familiar lighting attack at Sun, while Dino threw a big-ass spear with his concentrated light power. Sun raised his palm to the attack and a purple magic circle appeared on his palm. It had a yin-yang symbol in the middle. Deo of nullification. The attacks hit the magic circle and poof. They disappeared in a smoke cloud. What the hell? Dino and Feldera yelled out. Ugh! You youngsters sure do have a lot of energy. Do you know how much power I used to nullify your combined attack? I'm not as young as I used to be, you know, Wukong said casually. I have never seen magic like this. Rossweisse was very curious. Bang! Tap! Sun quickly caught something with his index and middle fingers. It was a blood bullet. He then turned to Valerie. So it was you, young dumper. Good, I can even sense corrosive properties in this blood. You planned for that to enter my body. Well, better luck next time. Durandal. Zenobia slashed down, but Sun redirected it. Then suddenly jumped. Below him, a forest of shadow spikes emerged and was raising to impale him. Gasper and Misaki were controlling the shadows together. Shhhhh. Water Javelin. Ingvild made hundreds water javelins with her immense demonic power and threw them at Sun. Rossweisse took a more supportive role. She was pummeling him with spells, but they weren't meant to hurt him, she was positioning him where to go. Since Konako and Kuraka couldn't get close to him, they decided on long-range attacks. Whoosh! Die! Kurama appears behind Sun and unleashes a torrent of crimson flames. But Sun just jumped and parted the flames, making an opening where he punched Kurama on the side of his face with his strength that was boosted by practicing senjutsu for centuries. Crash! Kurama was sent flying as she crashed in some houses. He just laid there on the ground as he was looking at the sky. His palm rose to touch his face as he contemplated. He sensed something. The moment Sun hit him, his senjutsu was different. This is it. This is what it means to be a sage. I see. I see. Ha 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 ha. Sun Wukong stopped as he looked at Kurama with wide eyes. I have been doing it all wrong. Senjutsu means accepting the good and the bad. Which I did. But taking in raw nature energy then purifying it, that is how it's done. The most basic exercise. I thought you just got a small bonus, and it was mostly a waste of time. But if you purify large amounts of it, extremely large amounts. If you are dedicated, you will be rewarded by nature and be reborn as a sage. Kurama grinned in his giant fox form. This will be the last time that I use it, a pity, it was quite a powerful attack. As thanks for showing me the way, I dedicate this strike to you. Kurama lifted up his index claw. Black, purple and red evil ki started to gather on his claw. It looked like it was water and fire at the same time, flowing around his claw yet burning. You haven't felt this in a long time, have you, old man? Fell the malice. Kurama struck with his single claw. 1/4 of his total ki was evil ki. Kurama has been saving it as a secret attack. None before him, with the exception of evil dragons and evil gods, has gathered so much evil ki. Rarely do dragons and gods use senjutsu. Sun Wukong was facing an evil ki attack that he has never seen. It was not wild like most evil ki users, but carefully controlled and potent. Sun tried to hit block him with his staff, but Feldera intervened and hit the staff with his entire body, pushing it off course, clearing the way for Kurama. Bang! Sun grabbed Kurama's claw, stopping him in place as he was stronger than him. But the evil ki, it rushed out, enveloping him, burning him, corroding his defenses and skin. The others used this attack to pummel him. Each shot out their attacks non-stop for a full minute. Sun yelled out. He pushed the evil ki off of him. But it did do some damage. His previous golden fur was burnt. Some of it was purple, showing that he had evil ki in his system. Rei-Long was falling from the air. No, not falling. He was thrown to the ground. Thud. Hey, old man! You look like shit. Long grimaced from the pain. He was in a crater made by the fall. You don't look any better. Sun cracked a few of his bones as he readied his staff. Boom. 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 Asterisk. 3 shockwaves were felt at Isaiah's location. Damn. Sun Wukong could only curse out. He finished that quickly. MCPOV. Done. 3 Longinuses. This will be a great boost for us. Everyone gathered at my location. My team was ready to protect me. I put away the sacred gears. People will come for you. You have 3 Longinuses and many strong sacred gears near that level. You have no backing. You will be a target in everyone's eyes, Wukong warned. Let me worry about that, old man. Everyone who comes against us will be killed and used to make us stronger. Relay my words to Indra. If he comes for us or inconveniences us in any way, we will join Shiva and crush him. If he stays neutral then so will we. Sun just stared at me, trying to get a read on my plans. Before sighing, I will be taking their bodies back. I nod at that. That was completely fine. It was also the reason I spared them. To spread the news even further, I can extract sacred gears without killing the host. Yulong. Let's go. Indra will not be happy. You owe me a feast, old man. I had to stall Tiamat. Yes, yes. You will get your food. Sun opened a portal and climbed on Yulong. Both of them left in the same way they came. With a flashy portal. I'm tired. Dino whined as he slumped. Yeah, tell me about it. Kurama turned into his human form and sat down. He extended quite a lot of energy. But he had a huge smile on his face. One by one, the team sat down to relax. Isaiah pulled out some drinks. And by some, it was a dozen or so barrels plus 50 bottles of different types of alcohol. We won. Against the hero Facetin. And the legendary Sun Wukong. We have 3 new Longinus and hundreds of sacred gears. Each of them had a smile on their face. To our future. To US. Cheers. Cheers. A/N. I'm playing around with this idea. Senjutsu is going a bit different here. To be a true sage, you basically need to purify an enormous chunk of land. As a reward, nature itself will allow you to become a sage. A sage is someone with access to a higher tier of nature energy and has much larger reserves. At least this is what I'm going with for now. Might change in the future and I will have to rewrite this. Senjutsu and Yujutsu, complete mastery. Taoism spells. Great staff. Yulong Eastern Dragon. One of the Dragon Kings. Mischievous Dragon, Jade Dragon. Self-proclaimed the liveliest dragon. Likes to eat food and lays around. Chapter 67, New Powers. We were in a barrier field. So the yokai don't disturb us. I need to rest a bit before starting to drain them. So do the others. Hence the party that we were doing now. So, are you going to drain all of them of their magic and vitality? Kurama asked as he drank sake from his oversized cup. Yep, I nod to him. Show. WHS, GTNGD our Feldera asked as he was stuffing his face with food. So. Who's getting the power? Bam. Tiamat smacked him on the head. Don't talk with your mouth full. You are a proud dragon. Act like it. Cough, cough. Feldera was smashing his chest. His food went in the wrong pipe when Tiamat smacked him. He was finally able to get it out. Are you trying to kill me? UOL. Feldera froze when she glared at him. You obviously are crazy. Or obviously is the right way, but he is trying to save his ass. Oh, you so close. Gasper grinned. Bam. Tiamat smacked him again. That's for calling me crazy. That's not fair. Feldera groaned as the others laughed at him. Ha ha ha. Tiamat, leave the poor dragon alone, he will be scared for life, Meredith said jokingly. How long until you recharge? Asia asked me as she drank wine with the rest of the girls. Should be a few more minutes. I reply. Oh, and Feldera, I'm actually planning on taking the power for myself. I think I can reach it. Everybody around me froze. And Dino woke up seriously. Are you sure? Valerie raised her eyebrow. It took me centuries to reach peak ultimate. Tiamat was looking at her hands, wondering what she has been doing with her life. The others expressed their doubt as well. Yes. With the number of grunts here, if I absorb their power and life force, I should be able to reach just beyond peak ultimate. Then I will need all of you to fight me at once, so that I can break through. Oh, and that reminds me. I reach for my pocket space and take out the 3 Longinuses I got. Time for an upgrade. Dino gets the true Longinus. Thud. Dino fell on the ground. Whyy. I still haven't even gotten a proper balance breaker for Vritra. And now you want me to train another sacred gear? A Longinus at that. I refuse. Dino yelled out as loud as he can. I refuse your refusal. And besides, you are the only one here who knows how to use a spear. I point out. Fair point. Feldera nodded like a wise old man. It's done then, Kurama agreed. What about Rossweisse? She is a Valkyrie, she knows how to use a spear. Dino pointed desperately at Rose. Sorry. I'm a mage. The ones that use a spear are in a different decision, Rose said awkwardly, crushing Dino's last hope. Dino gets the true Longinus. I raise my glass. Agreed, the ladies laughed out. Good luck, Gasper patted Dino on his shoulder. No way. Dino fell on his knees, he was depressed. My sleep time. There will be barely any time left. I throw him the spear and a memory sword. Those contain Cao's experiences and his insights on the true Longinus. Now that that's done, we will leave him alone for a while. He really is the only one who can pull out the most from the true Longinus. If anyone else got it, they would have to start from scratch. And with Vritra. He has armor, can absorb power and has cursed flames. Together with the spear, holy attacks and overwhelming attack power. Next, Longinus. Dimension lost. Rose, you are up. I call out. The girl spits out her drink. Hey? No. I'm the newest member, I don't deserve to get such a strong sacred gear. Dimension lost is best used when it's in the hands of a mage. Now Meredith can also use it, but she already has a Longinus. 2 might be too much for her to handle. I look at Meredith, who nodded. Yet. I can handle one more sacred gear. But a Longinus? No way, my soul would probably tear itself apart. That sounds about right. But what about me? I have all of Vritra's gears. That should be Longinus too. Dino still hasn't given up. You are a fallen. You can handle the strain, Kurama says with a smirk. Rahahaha. Just give up, Dino. But it's still kind of funny. The holiest object in the world in the hands of a fallen. Yet. I hope God rolls in his grave. Valerie says with a smile. To be fair, she does have a right to hate him. Her sacred gear Sephiroth Grawl. It forcibly shows the user the complexities of the soul, making them go insane. I stopped it and Valerie is better now. But she still experienced its effects for most of her life. There you go, Rossweisse gets dimension lost. Train well and use it to protect us, I wink at her. She takes the orb with shaky hands as tears start forming in her eyes. I will do my very best, Rose says with a tone full of conviction. And here is another present. All of George's magical knowledge. Thousands of new spells. Train hard. Use the sword later. It has a lot of memories. Study it slowly. I pass her a memory sword. Rose puts the orb on her chest and it was slowly absorbed. She raised her hand as purple mist emerged from it. Who gets the Annihilation Maker? I hope you aren't giving it to Zenovia, she has zero creativity. Gasper smiles. Hey, I take offense to that. Zenovia stood up. Am I wrong? Gasper titled his head. Ugh. An arrow hit her chest. Well, that's enough of that. Tiamat will get it. Hey. All of them turned to me with a surprised look on their face. While Tiamat's jaw dropped. You know. How? She choked up a bit. I wasn't sure. But I am now. You deserve it. It's your birthright. I pull the woman in for a hug. She hugs me back, she was shaking. Know what? Kurama asked softly, knowing that this was probably a sensitive subject. I look down on Tiamat, who takes a deep breath and gives a small nod. You know that special materials were used to make the sacred gears. Especially the Longinus, right? They all nod. Boosted gear and divine dividing were made from the body and souls of Drake and Albion. Regulus Nemia from the body and soul of a Nemean lion. So what was the Annihilation Maker made from? My question stumped them. They looked at each other wondering if anybody knew. That is an interesting question. I have never thought about it. Rose started to mumble, her researcher side was coming out. Just tell us already, Nae, Kuraka complained, the others nodded and agreed with her. It was made using the womb of a certain Mesopotamian goddess. I found this theory on a FIC written by Cross-Sedge, makes so much sense. Rose and Kurama looked at me with their eyes wide open. I nodded at them. The Annihilation Maker was made from the womb of the Mesopotamian goddess Tiamat. The primordial goddess of the sea and our Tiamat's mother. Thud x4. Asia, Konako, Zenovia, and Misaki fainted. Steam was coming out from his ears. Guess things got a little too complicated for them. Apparently I was born from the gathered remains or essence of the goddess, and that essence was put in a dragon egg. As her last child, I inherited her name. Tiamat, a Babylonian personification of salt water. She gave birth to many gods and monsters. She was also betrayed by her children, well, at least according to legend. Isaiah, why don't you take it? It should boost your strength by a lot. You could increase the strength of your swords. Tiamat tried to reason with me. But I could tell. She was scared to take her mother's powers. This is unknown territory. I shook my head. As I said, this is your birthright. It would give you a huge boost in power. Most likely you will leave low transcended and jump up to the next class. Something which should have taken her forever to do. Don't worry. It will be fine. I will be using my swords to make sure there aren't any side effects. I pat her head. She takes a deep breath and nods. Okay, people. Enough resting. I'm going to go deal with the grunts. Rip out the gears and take their power. Kurama, we are going to need a two of really strong barriers. Rose, help him seal Tiamat and me in, while we get our own power boost. The rest of you as well. Tiamat's boost is going to make a lot of noise. And I'd rather we keep it silent. Okay, Rossweisse nods as she starts to play around with Dimensional Lost. Everybody else starts to make preparations for the barriers. Dino, stop sulking and absorb the true Longinus already. Fine. Just so you know, I refuse to sleep any less than 6 hours, Dino grumbled as he cut his palm and smeared blood on the spear. The spear glowed brightly, showing it accepted Dino as the next host. After Tiamat and I get our power boost, we will visit Yasaka. After all, we just saved her and Kyoto. And Kurama can get some payback as well. Kurama grins at that while the rest of them nod. This ought to be fun. I'm 17 years old. And am about to put my foot on the transcended realm. Things are progressing quite nicely. A/N. Don't worry, I have another idea in mind for Out MC. Chapter 68, Ascending. Senjutsu, Crimson Barrier Formation. Asterisk BZZZZZZ. BZZZZZZ asterisk. Kurama, Kuraka, and Konako used Senjutsu to make Kurama's special Crimson Flame Barrier. They made two. One for Isaiah and one for Tiamat. SHHHHHH. Rose enveloped the inside with purple mist from Dimension Lost. Holy nail cage, Meredith yelled out. Nails the size of a person started to appear, then cross each other and fuse. Layer by layer the cage was formed. Water barrier. Ingvild used her Satan class power to make a water barrier. She froze the outermost layer, keeping it mostly water on the inside to disperse the force. Gasper, shall we? Misaki smiled and Gasper nodded. Shadow cage. Both of them slammed their hands on the ground. Countless shadow tendrils started to rise, wrapping around the ice. Then the shadows solidified. A net enveloping the ice. Asia, Valerie, Feldera, and Zenovia just stood to the side. Do you think this will hold them? Zenovia asked as she looked at the multi-layered barrier. No, Asia shook her head. But it should stop their power from causing too much damage and announcing to the world that we got stronger, Feldera said with a grin. We can only wait and see. Valerie stood still as she carefully eyed the barriers. Tiamat POV. Mother. I have tried communicating with you before, but that was through the hosts of Annihilation Maker. This time I am holding you in my hand. Please give me your blessing. I pressed the orb to her chest. It easily sunk in. Thump. My heart. Asterisk thump. Thump. Thump asterisk. It's burning. My aura spiked. I was forcefully shifted in my true form. The power I finally stabilized exploded. Isaiah was right, it directly threw me into the next level. But it was more than that. I felt complete. Like something that was taken and was suddenly returned. And then I felt her, my mother. Her warmth enveloped me. She was smiling at me. For the longest time, I have tried learning live and creation magic, so that I could feel closer to her. But I could never even begin with the basics. Many mocked me for my failures, so I burned them alive. Eventually, I gave up. But now, I felt it. I feel life. It was different. Completely different from my fire, chaos, and karma powers. It felt like water actually. Soft yet strong. Flowing, easy to shape yet stubborn. Water was life. A force that could bring life and end it. It all began with water, and without it there is no life. This was my mother's power. The power of the dragon goddess Tiamat. The primordial goddess of the sea. But now it's my power. I raised my head and roared. Team POV. Roar. What the hell, man? Dino buckled under the force of her roar. My ears neigh. It hurts. Kuraka and Konako held their ears. Keep it steady. Kurama yelled out as he pushed more of his reserves in the barrier. How is she doing this? Meredith grit her teeth, her holy nails were shaking from the force. This is the power of those who stand among the strongest in this world. Misaki said with awe in her voice. Brrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr out its divine energy. Jaws were dropped. A realization washed over all of them. Tiamat wasn't just getting a power boost. She was ascending into a goddess. Bullshit. I call hacks. Dino yelled out. Ha 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 ha. Feldera yelled out at the top of his lungs, unbelievable. After Mylenia, there is finally another one. Another dragon ascending to godhood. Does this mean she will become like those two? Misaki said in a confused voice. No. Kurama stopped her thoughts right there. Rossweisse noted those two are called dragon gods because it's the only title that fits them. Technically they aren't even gods. They are living embodiments of their concepts. They literally can't be killed. They will just form again after a few centuries. Gods are those who can gather faith and get stronger through it. Kurama continued, for Tiamat, it means that she has become like Odin, Zeus, and the rest, a chief god. Since the Mesopotamian pantheon is extinct, she can create her own now. Everybody kept quiet, thinking about how this would affect their group. But one thing was for certain. Things just got a lot more complicated. Inside the barrier, Tiamat started to glow as water gathered around her. Each drop sparkled. It all headed to her neck and started to condense. Slowly condensing into a crystallized drop. Forming a necklace. Her divine symbol that she acquired through her mother. Her new domain. But next to the water drop on both sides, two more symbols formed. On the right was a symbol with 8 arrows in a radial pattern. Going from the center, outwards. The symbol for chaos. Chaos equals https://rlv.zcash./chaos_run_4c7d2c9a604d4c7b8399364d4c738b5v/_8b4_4c736.jpg. On the left was a symbol with many knots intertwined together. Endless knots symbolize the interlinking of cause and effect, a karmic cycle that continues eternally. The symbol for karma. Karma equals https://upload.wikimedia.org/wikipedia/commons/1/14/endless-knot03d.png. But they were weaker than the water drop. Those two were the concepts that she has studied and refined over the course of her life. They were powerful but not strong enough to qualify as a domain. Not yet. Just by forming even in an incomplete state means Tiamat isn't that far off from making them into a domain. MCPOV. The barrier shook. Looks like Tia did it. But this feeling. I felt Ti from Thor. Divine energy. Is Tia becoming a goddess? For real? Ha ha ha. Talk about a power boost. This is overkill. Not just anyone can become a god. Breaking through transcended class and ascending to godhood are two different things. Even when someone breaks through and ascends, they just become a nameless god without any domains. There are thousands and thousands of gods in the Hindu pantheon. But most of them are high class. The only way a nameless god to survive is to join a pantheon and spread his name to gather faith and hopefully form a domain. Tiamat went above and beyond. Not only did she become a goddess, she also got her domain right away. And judging by the energy levels I'm getting, it's an insanely strong one. Well, I can't just let my girl get stronger than me. It's time for me to pick up the pace. Celestial Forge. Balance Breaker. A better name for his sacred gear. Soul Reaper. X. Hundreds of swords were launched at the bodies, impaling them. Tear in Frenzy. Ruriiro Kyojaku, Azure Peacock. Bankai. Bloom. Rosa Blanca. Countless blackthorn vines sprouted from the grounds, they formed a dome over me. Vines formed from the dome and pierced the grunts. Even without piercing them, this dome slowly absorbs their power, feeding it to me. I slowly absorbed it in my reserves. They might not be that strong, but there are a lot of them. Their magic and life force. Every being that has reached this level has a main concept. And I already know mine. It was this one from the start. My concept is sword. Anything and everything that has to do with swords. I could feel it. Bit by bit I was attacking the imaginary barrier that was stopping me. I decided to hold back. And let their power and life force fill me up. I focused and compressed the energy. And let go. Boom. Immediately I go max output on my demonic energy and Toki. Boom boom. My energy levels were rising. But it wasn't as fast as I needed it to be. Come on damn it. The power rush started to slow down. Fuke *Q. Boosted blade, or overblade for a cool name. Idk. I stabbed myself in the gut. To think I would have to rely on some stupid self-harming moves. Boost. 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 My energy levels that were about to stop got a much-needed tailwind. With one last push. Boom. I hit something. I felt it. Did I do I? Asterisk crack K. Asterisk. It was as if lightning had exploded in my head. My mind stopped working. My body was burning. My vitality overflowing. Each cell was getting saturated. With energy from God knows where. Fuke star. Getting blurry. This was not according to plan. Thud. Asgard, Norse realm. Odin looked at a certain direction. What's wrong, father? Thor asked in a curious voice. They were all gathered for a family dinner. Even Loki was there. A new chief god appeared. Odin answered simply. Who? Freya raised an eyebrow. Loki leaned forward. Do you know who it is? He had a bit of mischief in his tone. Odin shook his head. There must be barriers protecting him or her. I just felt it because I am the chief. We know when one of us is born or dies. A/N dimension lost saves the day. Well, I hope they're strong. Thor smiled as he chugged his drink. Just don't cause trouble, Thor. Freya sighed. That started a back and forth argument, but all of them ignored the calculating look on Loki's face. Mount Olympus. Zeus frowned. Tisk. Another chief god showed up. Really? Well, that hasn't happened in a few centuries. Especially after most of the pantheons died out, Hera said calmly. The last thing we need is a new pantheon to start gathering faith. Zeus threw her a glare which she ignored. Realm of the dead. Hades territory. A Fury was reporting the news that was spreading around Olympus. Hades calmly nodded and sent it away. A new pantheon will form soon. I need to wait and see where they stand. If they interfere with my plans, they will need to be eliminated. Takamaga Hera, Shinto realm. Amaterasu felt it just as the other chief gods did. But she merely smiled. Interesting. A new pantheon after all this time. This should shake things up a bit. Hindu pantheon. The Trimurti. The three most powerful gods of the Hindu pantheon. Brahma the creator. Vishnu the protector. Shiva the destroyer. They share the chief god position. Brahma stirred, something disturbed his meditation. Who? A new chief god. It's been so long that I almost forgot this feeling. Bzzz. Two illusionary figures formed next to him. Communication magic in the form of holograms. Vishnu, Shiva, you felt it as well, I assume. Brahma smiled at them. Indeed, Vishnu noted. Yes, Shiva yawned. It disturbed my nap. Who do you think it was? I have no idea. They were well hidden. Brahma shook his head. Well, it is none of our concern if they come. I will protect us like always. Vishnu turned off his call and disappeared, causing Shiva to shake his head. He really needs to get laid. He is too serious. See you later. Brahma. Shiva waved at him and ended his call. Brahma sighed, well, back to meditating. Indra's mountain. What do you mean you lost them? Those were 3 Longinuses. Indra's power shook the entire mountain. Sun Wukong only scratched his head and sighed. Look, just use your divine power and go through my memories of the event. Explaining it would be difficult. Wukong lowered his mental defenses and allowed Indra to read his memories. Which Indra did without any hesitation. Indra saw it all. The way the hero faction was defeated. The way Wukong was stalled. The strength of Isaiah's team. A few moments later, both of them came back to reality with a splitting headache. Indra's face was red. How does he know? The war between me and Shiva is in the future. I only know of it because of my divination. So where did he get this information? Not a word to anyone about this. Am I clear? Indra stared down at Wukong, who only nodded and then left. Fine. He wants a non-aggression pact? I'll give it to him. But when the opportunity arises, I'll go there personally and help whatever enemy manages to create a good opening. I'll personally tear that little bastard's throat out. Biblical faction. Heaven. Michael was sitting on his father's chair when the system started beeping. What now? He facepalmed before he looked at the screen. It took a second read for him to understand what the system was picking up on. Not good. He immediately started making a few calls. A second later his siblings Gabriel, Uriel, and Raphael entered the room. Why have you called us, brother? Has something happened? Gabriel says in her calm, innocent voice. Uriel and Raphael only raised an eyebrow at him. Michel pointed at the screen before he started to type something on his phone. Is this true? Uriel looked at the screen with a shocked expression. Gabriel just gasped as she covered her mouth with her hands. And Raphael facepalmed. Great. A new pantheon right as we were trying to make peace with everybody. This is not good. A battle between pantheons is imminent. Especially if this new chief god is strong. I fear the same. I have contacted the Alliance. This will need to be discussed in further detail. I only hope this new pantheon isn't out for blood. That is the last thing we need right now. Michael sighed, something that he has been doing a lot lately. It's good that angels can't fall from stress. Or he would have become a fallen decades ago. Chapter 69, Taking over Kyoto. Temporary base outside Kyoto. Oh, fuck asterisk, Isaiah groaned as he started to wake up. Ishasaya. I feel like I got hit by that damn truck. No, wait, I was killed in a war zone. Isaiah. Yeah, tone it down a bit, Isaiah grumbled out. Soon his vision cleared and the muffled voices as well. They were all in the room looking at him with worried expressions. How long was I out? Isaiah tried to raise himself, but a couple of arms pushed him down. Valerie and Asia were pushing his shoulders so that he can lie back in the bed. You were in a coma for 6 hours. Asia said tearfully. Me and Asia tried to heal you. But it didn't work. This is what your body wanted to do. Valerie held his hand. You are too unstable to move now, Kurama spoke up. Isaiah frowned, then he tried to move. His power was out of control. A little movement and he could injure himself or someone from his team. He turned to Tiamat. Tia, how are you faring? I'm great. Things went even better than expected. You look good. Got even more handsome. Tia smirked at him, causing Isaiah to raise an eyebrow. Take a look yourself. Ingvild raised her hand and ice started forming horizontally above the bed. So Isaiah could get a better look. The first thing he noticed was that he was taller by a few centimeters. The second was that he was more buff. Not by a lot, but it was noticeable. His eyes were still red, but they had this depth that wasn't there before. Whoa dude! Stop sending power to your eyes. I felt like you could cut me just by looking in my direction. Dino waved his hands. Isaiah closed his eyes. That is proof that he has reached the next realm. Every person on this level has at least one concept that they have taken to the extreme. Isaiah, you quite literally took the concept sword, didn't you? Tiamat smiled at him. Isaiah opened his eyes. They were back to normal yet. My concept is sword. What's interesting is that it looks like I became a sword myself. I feel that I could cut without actually needing a sword. Isaiah raised his finger and cut downwards. A tear appeared, showing multicolored space in it. The tear in space quickly closed up. Everybody was looking at him with a dumbstruck expressions. Dino flung his hands in the air. I give up. There is no way in hell I'm ever comparing myself to this freak of nature. He pulled out a bottle of wine out of nowhere and started to drink from depression. Rahahaha. As expected of my sworn friend. Senpai is so freaking cool. Gangsta Gasper was Fang Earling. That's insane. Nae. Kuraka looked at Isaiah with awe. Senpai is like a broken game character. Konako mumbled. You know what? I agree with you there, Meredith noted to Konako as she tried to take the bottle from Dino's hands. Can you do it again? Rose asks shyly. She wanted to get a closer look at how it works. Isaiah nodded. He raised his arm far from him and cut the space again. So that everybody can see it clearly. But this time something unexpected happened. There was a small red dragon inside the tear. Pffffffff crash. Dino spat out his drink as the bottle crashed on the floor. Thud. Kurama dropped his pipe. Is that? Meredith pointed with a shaking finger at the dragon. Fuck asterisk. Isai cursed out. Of course it's him. Close it. Tiamat yelled out just as the red dragon opened his mouth. The tear quickly closed, but it shook a bit in the end. Thud. Most of the people in the room fell flat on their asses. Well, that was terrifying. Zenobia was the first to speak up. Just barely made it. Isaiah slumped back in his bed. What just happened? Misaki raised her hand. He roared, didn't he? Asia spoke up, she was still trying to gather her wits. Yes, if the tear didn't close in time, all of us would have been ripped apart by the sheer force. Even from that far away. Kurama picked up his pipe and lit it again. Well, not necessarily. Rossweisse mumbled, the dimensional gap has no clear distance or direction. So Great Red could have been closer to us or even much further away. And we wouldn't have known. Odin-sama said only when you meet someone within a certain distance from you will you be able to tell clearly how far they are from you, just a 1 or 2 kilometers is what he said. Great, so he could have been 3 kilometers away and we had no way of telling. Even I can kill someone from far, Misaki groaned as she put her head on her knees. How about we never do that again? Ingvild raised her hand so someone could pull her up. Agreed. So what now, Bossman? Dino asked Isaiah. Now. Isaiah grinned. Now we go collect the debt we are owed. A few hours later. Kyoto. Yasaka's castle, Japanese castle. Yasaka-sama. Yasaka-sama. They are here. The maid rushed to the main hall. Let them enter. Yasaka sighed when the maid left. This is not going to end well for us. I am grateful that they saved me and my people. But nothing is without a price. And if we don't pay it, they can take it by force. They entered the castle. Yasaka closed her eyes. And used senjutsu to check on them. Whoosh. A few moments later Yasaka's eyes snapped open. How is this possible? His energy. It's even stronger than when I felt his energy during yesterday's fight. And the dragon next to him, according to the reports, should be the Dragon Empress Tiamat. She not only had an increase in power, but she has become a goddess as well. A few minutes later they entered the main hall. Isaiah is at the front. Tiamat on his left and Kurama on his right. Yasaka groaned in her head. He is Isaiah's right hand? This could not get any worse. The rest of his team followed them. They are strong. Very strong for their age. I saw the footage of their fights. Individually they might not be strong enough for the powerhouses. But together they are troublesome to fight against. Welcome heroes. That's what the yokai are calling them now. Even Kurama, which they drove off. I thank you for saving our city and us. Yasaka bowed. You are welcome. But you know it wasn't for free. We saved this city and your life. You owe me. And I have come to collect. Isaiah's words caused Yasaka to grimace. How the times change, Yasaka. Kurama says mockingly. Yes, Yasaka just noted. There was no need to put up any masks or false sympathy. She had the power and opportunity to help him. Protect him from the other yokai. Yet she chose to do nothing and let the yokai decide his fate. That backfired rather spectacularly. How did you know about our situation anyway? I don't think any of my people would have contacted you, Yasaka said curiously. Bang. The doors slammed open. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. A small golden missile threw herself at Isaiah. The female members started to giggle at them. Kunu. Breathe. Isaiah picked Kunu by the head and separated her from him. Kunu took a deep breath. Sorry. But you did it. I called you and you really came. Kunu grinned with excitement. Of course, we did, Kunu-chan. Meredith smiled at her. The other girls greeted the girl as well, and started to pet her and rub her cheeks. Yasaka looked thoughtful. So Kunu is the reason they are here. They seem rather close to her. Maybe they will be lenient on us. Isaiah saw her and grinned. Misaki, Zenobia, Konako. Why don't you take Kunu outside while we negotiate with her mother? She can show you around. We will be joining you in a few minutes. Or maybe not. Yasaka started to get nervous. The girls that were called inwardly fist-pumped no boring meeting and pretended to be serious. That's a win. Kunu was confused and looked at her mother, who noted at her okay. They soon left the room. Thank you for not letting my daughter see this, Yasaka said seriously. No problem, but let's get down to business. You and your faction owe me your lives, Yasaka. And I'm here to collect on that debt. I want your faction. Isaiah's words caused Yasaka to freeze. That was way beyond what she expected. That is not funny, Isaiah-san. Yasaka frowned at him. Her power started to gather. Trying to make yourself stronger? Do you think I will let you? Kurama snapped his fingers. Yasaka's connection to the Leylands was instantly weakened. The amount of power she could draw from it was cut in half. Let's show her why even fighting us would be a bad idea, Isaiah grinned. First Rossweisse used dimension lost to temporarily pull us in another dimension. Then all hell broke loose. Isaiah and Tiamat unleashed their powers. Tiamat even created a few monsters. Dino took out Vritra and the true Longinus. Valerie took out her Grail. Meredith and Gasper showed off their Neo-Longinuses. Ingvild, Kuraka, and Feldera just released their powers to their max output. In case you haven't noticed, I'm not asking. I'm telling you. Yasaka had an unwilling expression on her face. She was about to argue, but Tiamat cut her off. I wouldn't bet on the Shinto faction helping you out. They don't like the yokai faction very much. Amaterasu might like you, seeing as you are her Miko, priestess, but it's not like we are threatening your life. She is right, Amaterasu wanted me as her Miko only because of my position. If they harm me, she would have to take action so that her reputation doesn't suffer. But they can take away my position without actually hurting me too much. That's how outclassed I am. What would happen if you were to take over? Yasaka asked quietly. Everybody in the Kyoto faction gets one of my swords. It binds with your soul. And tells me what happens when I am betrayed, Isaiah says calmly. Enslavement then, and useful for finding spies. You will unbind yourself from the Leylands and Kurama will take your place as the leader of Kyoto. He will use the power of the Leylands to speed up the process and become a sage. Yasaka turned to Kurama with a shocked expression. Kurama just gave her the smuggest look he could possibly do. Becoming a sage was something all yokai dream of. Being able to fight gods and Buddhas like Sun Wukong. If it's a sage that leads our faction, then the yokai will prosper even more. Sun Wukong has been the idol for yokai for centuries. If you swear to help my people and treat them fairly, I will step down. I will even help you, make the transition more peaceful. Isaiah turned to Kurama, who nodded slightly. Done. Then the yokai faction is now yours, Yasaka said with a bit of melancholy. Don't worry too much. With time you will see that this was the right decision. Contact the wizards. Start spreading the news about this. Especially about Tiamat. The team smiled. Roger. Isaiah turned to Yasaka. Tell your people. I assume many won't be happy with this. We will try to avoid bloodshed. But if some idiot mouths off, well then it's unavoidable. Now for the boring part. Calming things down, Tia grumbled. Meh, I play a lot of civilization and city games. How hard can't be to handle a real faction? Gasper would regret those words during the following week. 3 factions meeting. Well, we are finally here, so let's hear the news. Michael Azazel sighed as he looked at his screen. Michael was on the right, Surtsks and Sirafal were on the left. It took some time to make a secure line where they could talk. Well then. I will be blunt. A new chief god has appeared. The system itself informed me. Azazek groaned very loudly. Thud. Seraphal's forehead hit her desk. She didn't even bother to try and maintain her image as head of diplomatic relationships. Whyy, both of them complained at the same time. Sirafal, Azazel, I know this news is shocking. But do you have any additional information on this? Michael asked politely. Sirafal shook her head. I have no idea who it might be. What chief god position is most likely to resurface anyway? The Aztecs. Surtsks guessed they just need to start sacrificing people again. Asterisk BZZZ. BZZZ. BZZZ asterisk. Azazel's phone rang. One moment please. Azazel put himself on mute as he accepted the phone call. After a few moments his jaw dropped, making the leaders very curious about what news he had just received. Azazel ended the call and unmuted himself. Well, things just got a lot more interesting. Whether is bad or good I have no idea. Well? Don't keep us waiting. Michael raised an eyebrow. Sigh. Isaiah and his team took over Kyoto 2 days ago. And there has been talking that Tiamat became a goddess. Surtsk slightly facepalmed. Why is it always him? How did you even get this information? Having spies among the yokai is almost impossible. Theor Senjutsu is such a pain. They can just ask if you are betraying the faction. Sirafal asked Azazel, who just smirked but didn't say anything. That's why my spies never try to access classified details. They just give me the news ahead of time. Hardly a betrayal. That's how they slip through. But knowing something a week in advance has a lot of value. I can position myself to gain some benefits from knowing the news before everybody else. Azazel, how did Isaiah accomplish this? Michael got straight to the point. The hero faction, a group of humans with 3 Longinus and a dozen more high-class ones, along with an army of normal sacred gear users attacked Kyoto. They were planning on kidnapping Yasaka and using her for some ritual. Isaiah and his team intervened. They massacred everyone. And are now treated as heroes. Somehow they made Yasaka step down. Kurama the Nine-Tailed Fox now rules the West Yokai faction, which means Isaiah basically owns it. Surtsk spoke up. We obviously were caught off guard by this. I suggest we move this for another day. When we will have more accurate information. Agreed. We must act quickly. A new pantheon showing up will only destabilize the current fragile peace even further. Michael spoke up. After a few words of goodbye, the call ended. Azazel stood up from his chair. Kyoto, hey. Let's see what my stupid son has been up to. Chapter 70, Rulers of the West. I'm on my 2-week vacation. That started from yesterday. Went back to my hometown. Releases might be slower since I will be drunk most of the time. Yesterday was awesome. Met with some old friends, got drunk, all in all we had a good time. 1 week later. Well, that was a giant pain in the ass. Naturally, there were some yokai not happy with the change. Even though officially Kurama will be in charge. That all changed when Yasaka said Kurama will be becoming a sage soon. There was a few moments of silence before the entire faction started to cheer and celebrate. Sages are a big thing. They now practically worship the ground Kurama walks on. There are statues of Kurama now. Tiamat was in a very good mood. She finally had some followers. Tiamat has been blessing the land that the West Yokai faction owns. As the goddess of water and karma. She made it so, that if the farmers were good people and kept doing good deeds, the crops would be healthy and plentiful. So people started to pray for her. Currently, the amount of faith she gains is insignificant, that will change in a couple of decades. But that didn't stop her from being happy about it. And the sex was amazing. It is as they say, happy wife, happy life. I made thousands of loyalty swords. Each also has a small barrier that would block attacks from a mid-class. I spread them around. Getting a good boost in reputation. Only Yasaka knows the true purpose of the swords. And she is smart enough to keep quiet. She has been working hard. And honestly, to me she looked happier to me. She gets to spend a lot more time with Kanu, since she no longer has to handle the stress of being the leader. We can easily protect them now. The little girl has been a bundle of happiness the past few days. Yasaka is now in charge of logistics. Gasper was in that division too. He upgraded their systems. Kurama has linked himself to the Leylands and has begun the process. According to him, thanks to the power boost and the huge range of the Leylands, he would be able to finish it in 3 weeks. He says he travels through the Leylands with his spirit and starts purifying random locations. The Leylands themselves give him a boost. At first I wondered why Yasaka hasn't done this, but you need to be able to sense the special nature energy needed to become a sage. And a lot of sage mumbo-jumbo. I just gave up after Kurama tried and failed to explain it. It's one of those things you experience for yourself and can't easily be described. I don't have the time to waste on becoming a sage. Kurama has spent his whole life balancing raw nature ki. It's the reason he can do what he does. It would take me a century if I wanted to copy him. I gave Lustvein to Kurama. So now he has clones, but very weak ones. Just for appearances and to travel with us. They all have a real-time mind link. We weren't about to leave the poor guy here while we go out and have fun. Feldera was training the troops. Meaning he was playing drill sergeant with the yokai. Well, he was having a blast and I just let him have his fun. Zenobia and Misaki were also there. Acting as his assistant and doing some training themselves. Zenobia was practicing to get strong enough to properly wield Durandal. Misaki was improving her swordsmanship alongside her shadow control. Valerie and Asia were content with the change of pace. They were healers on standby. Healing injured soldiers from the training regimen. As well as studying from and teaching other medics. Dino and Meredith were disappearing somewhere together. Honestly, we all know about it. Just get a room, seal, and soundproof it. Kuraka and Konako were happy here. They got reunited with some Nikomata here. The Nikomata tribe is officially under new Alheim. In the East Yokai faction, 90% of the Nikomata are there. But there are some that just want to live here. Metal note: go visit him later. Ingvild was playing with children. It makes her happy. She also sings for them sometimes. Always attracting attention and making a small street concert. That's all for internal matters. The external are whole other story. We shook quite a few trees by taking over the West Yokai faction. People are getting nervous. The Shinto faction didn't do anything drastic. They called a few yokais and Yasaka to confirm the situation. Once they learned that Yasaka wasn't the leader anymore, they lost interest in her. Kurama was offered a position as a Fujiki priest, male shaman. He refused, of course. After that, the Shinto faction has made no other attempts of communicating. The 5 clans weren't happy with the news. They hate the yokai, but they also hate outsiders. They send some of their men to measure us. We sent back their heads. Making relations with the 5 clans is useless. They are narrow-minded idiots. If they piss me off, we will wipe them out. That will make the Shinto faction angry at us. But they should have held a tighter leash on their dogs. We did inform them of this. That if we are attacked we would retaliate. So it's all on them really. Odin found it funny as hell. So did Azazel. He secretly enjoyed all the chaos from my actions. I don't really know about the angels and devils. Bzzzzzzbzzzzzzz. Well, speak of the devil. Riser is calling. Wonder what he is up to. Haven't heard from him in a while. Hello. Isaiah, what the hell? You took over Kyoto. Riser yells out. I let out a chuckle. So you have heard. Heard? It's absolute chaos over here. The 4 Satans are getting a lot of heat for letting go of such a valuable asset. Even more than they were doing before. It was one thing you being strong. It's another you having an entire faction under you. A lot of people feel uneasy about this change. I'd expect nothing less. Interesting. I assume assassination attempts are going to start soon. Riser snorted. That sounds about right. You aren't worried at all, are you? A grin formed on my face. Worried? I welcome them. It just so happens that I need a few guinea pigs to test out some new swords. Isaiah. Homie, you are one scary dude. Thanks for the compliment. Crash. Fuke asterisk. Say hi to Ravel and the girls for me. I have to go and deal with some idiots that just crashed straight into a nearby store. Damn it, the owners sell good food. Get those idiots out of there. See ya, bro. Nighttime. Isaiah was coming back from his training. I got you, Nae. Kuraka jumped on Isaiah's back. And started to rub on him. Kuraka. What are you doing? Isaiah deadpants. I'm feeling very hot, so I decided to seduce you, Nae. Kuraka tilts her head cutely, her skin was flushed and her eyes glazed. I don't think so. Isaiah grabs her head and throws her on the bed. Then he tied her up with the blankets and rope. Turning her into a burrito. Let me go, Nae. I want to make kitties, Nae. I feel hot. What kind of a man are you? Rejecting a horny sexy woman like me. The kind that already has 2 women and doesn't need to take advantage of a third. I promised you a date. And we will have it. But I don't want to start a relationship in this way. We can if you really want, but it won't be nothing more than a one-night stand, Isaiah says seriously. That's not fair. Kuraka whined as she looked at Isaiah with a begging expression. Taking advantage of her, even though this is what Kuraka wants, is the wrong way to get it. If it's just about sex, Isaiah has Tiamat and Valerie. But Kuraka wants a relationship and so does Isaiah. Be patient. Let this pass. And once it's over we will go on our date. Good kitties get rewarded. Isaiah started to pet her head. Kuraka had a blissful expression. Fine, she pouted, but put me to sleep. I don't want to feel hot and bothered all day. This will last a few days. But it will be better tomorrow. Good night, Kuraka. Isaiah cast a spell and Kuraka went to sleep with a smile on her face. A/N. Be patient. RMC is slowly maturing as well. Somewhat. Chapter 71, New Journey. Here is the new chap. I have been drinking practically every day. Finally living up to my name. Yesterday and today a little detox. Tomorrow I start drinking again. XD. Drop some stones if you liked the chap. Now that we have a solid base to build on. It's time to start traveling again. We have a faction, finances are coming in. People are being trained. I made a couple of swords for the stronger people in the faction. A few Zanpakutos. Mostly mass-produced Zanjitas. Since they are the simplest to use. Compress the strength and release a sword arc. Basically Misaki's original sacred gear. Along with a few swords from Black Trigger. The yokai love scorpion. Yellow energy daggers can be formed and manipulated from any part of their body. Oh, and if any devil tries to force any yokai into his peerage, I told them to straight up kill them. Time for a reality check. I put up a giant sword that will act as a beacon. Teleporting back to Kyoto, even if enemies put up a barrier to seal the space. Together with Meredith and Rose I managed to make a new sword barrier array. So Kyoto will be defended by a super strong barrier in case of attack. I feel sorry for Kuraka. Her mating season took longer than expected. So our date has to be rescheduled. We can't really keep this off. As a newly formed faction, we are all alone and don't have any allies. Normally that's fine. But it's most likely that I will piss off more people than I already have. So it's kinda urgent that we find more people. Team meeting room. Stop sulking Nasan. Konako poked the sulking Kuraka. But my date Naya. Kuraka whined. You know you can just have the date at where we will go. Maybe that will be even better. Asia tried to cheer her friend up. Where are we going anyway? Dino yawned as he was laying on one of the sofas. Isaiah said that he wanted to check out some hidden realms. Make allies with people who have none. Tiamat said with her eyes closed. How can you even multitask? Misaki asked Tiamat. When I became a goddess my mind changed as well. I can split my thoughts into a few dozen strands now. One is talking with you, the others are dealing with prayers and making an avatar to go do some simple requests. Further boosting the faith I gain, and by doing so I gain more power. Tiamat asks calmly. What hidden realms is Isaiah thinking about going to? I hope they are fun. Feldera grinned as he and Gasper were playing fighting games in front of the TV. Boom! Fatality! Ha! I won! Pay up! Gasper cheered. Damn it! Feldera cursed as he took out some money and slammed them into Gasper's palm. Isaiah said we would be visiting the elves and the fairies. Along with the Gaians if we find them. Valerie calmly sipped her wine. Elves and fairies. Rose tilted her head. Those realms have been closed off for centuries. Especially after the Fays were hunted down for their different powers. Since one of the Fays helped enchant a lot of famous swords. Ah! Of course. Any useful species is hunted down to extinction because they are useful. Misaki spat out. That and female elves are very beautiful, so they were enslaved as sex toys. The fairies don't actually have sexual organs. Clone Kurama walks in. They could grow them if they wanted to. And select their sex, which they do after a few years of existing, or it happens randomly if they don't want to choose. Fairies are born from nature. They just suddenly appear from trees, plants, and flowers. In different sizes as well, from the size of a palm to about an average human. And they can remove their sexual organs, denying anyone when they try to rape them. So they are immediately killed. The women in the group just get pissed off after hearing that. Say the ones who enslaved them. Meredith said in a cold tone. Yeah, the ones from the old Satan faction. Elves usually just bite their tongues or find other ways to commit suicide. I'm just glad the last of the elf slaves died before the evil pieces were invented. Because if you are reincarnated, your will slowly get overwritten. Kurama nodded sadly. Hey? But what about Isaiah? Wasn't he reincarnated? Ingvild asked with a confused expression. Rahahaha, Isaiah being brainwashed. Feldera laughed loudly. Isaiah is my best friend, but he is without a doubt a genuine monster. He told me once that he used the brainwashing function or loyalty function of the evil piece to train his will for around a year or so before it stopped having any effect on him. Everybody deadpanned at that and Dino just nodded to himself. Definitely a freak of nature. Nobody had any sort of comeback. Because it was true. Thanks for the compliment, Isaiah said dryly as he stood next to the door frame. Oh, and Feldera, Dino. Feldera stepped back and gulped. No manga for a week and increased difficulty when training, Isaiah said with a small smirk. Asterisk thud. Thud asterisk. No. Feldera fell on his knees and started to scream, as if he was in great pain. Dino just had a soulless look on his face. Konako stared at him blankly. Otaku dragon. Pucci, an arrow stabbed Feldera in the heart. Chiron. That wasn't very nice, Nae, Kuraka said playfully, and Konako picked up on what to do next. You are right, Nae-sama. I'm sorry, that you will stay single as long as you are an otaku. Puchi. Puchi *. Ingvild quickly started typing on her phone and soon funeral music was being played. Tiamat used her powers to create a flower and threw it on top of Feldera. You shall be missed. Gasper and Kurama put their hands above their hearts, doing a silent salute. Why is it always me? Feldera said soullessly as he laid on the ground. Because you make it too easy, Valerie replied blankly. Dino, you really need to learn to keep your mouth shut. Meredith poked Dino's cheek with a smirk on her face. Bite me, Dino growled. Okay, now that Feldera died from being roasted, let's get down to business before Dino and Meredith start to get horny, Isaiah said casually. Hey! Their protest was ignored. We conquered a faction. Kudos to us. But now people are wary of us and we don't exactly have any allies. So I wanted to go and meet with some of the lesser-known factions to see if they are interested. Maybe start a few trade routes. Senpai. Where would we even find those factions? Mini Dio said curiously. Simple. Rose knows. Right. Everybody looked at the girl who was surprised of having the spotlight. I'm not sure what you are talking about. Rose tilted her head. Isaiah just smirked. Alfheim. It's connected to Asgard through Yggdrasil, right? Yes. Rose said unsurely, missing the point. So we only need to find the tree and use it to get to Alfheim. Silence took over the room. Rose suddenly stood up and slammed her hands on the table that was near her. That's not how it works. The tree is located in the dimensional gap. It's incredibly dangerous to even climb up the roots of Yggdrasil. Let alone go to the tree, get to another route and follow it down to the hidden realm. It's a death wish. But Odin has done it before. Isaiah pointed out. Well, yes, Lord Odin goes to Yggdrasil on occasion to consult with the Moirai, the Fates. But the journey is dangerous even for him. Rose looked like she was having a panic attack. Visiting the World Tree. I have never seen it before. Tiamat starts to mumble. That sounds like fun. That sounds like the perfect place to train senjutsu. Feldera and Kurama looked at each other and grinned. Misaki raised her hand. I want to see fantasy elves. Well, Alfheim is said to have mystical forests along with very tasty fruit wine. Nae Kuraka said out loud and the other girls picked up on that. How tasty? Valerie said seriously. The elves have one of best fruit wine in the world, Isaiah answered instead of Kuraka. The women minus Rose looked at each other and had a silent conversation. They debated the pros and cons, before nodding to each other. Valerie then turned to me. When do we leave? Rose just slumped. Meredith just went to the girl and put her arm around her neck. Chill out, girl. We will be fine. Did you forget how big of a monster our leader is? Do you think he would have proposed this trip without finding a way to keep us safe? Rose looks at Meredith with a shocked expression before turning to me. Did you really think I would risk all of your lives on a whim? Isaiah says with a small smirk, and Rose blushed furiously from embarrassment. Why did I jump to conclusions? She started to tear up as she mumbled to herself. Nope. Meredith grabbed her and pulled her from the sofa. No more moping. We have a trip to get ready for. That means it's packing time. Of course, Nae. Well, I did want to try out a new outfit. Asia nodded along. Ingvild-chan as well. I bought new clothes to seduce senpai, Konako said seriously. Really? So did I. Zenovia looked at Koenko and both of them fist bumped a second later. In a few moments, only the guys were left in the room. Isaiah looked at Dino with a raised eyebrow. I already have my usual backup clothes in my inventory. Same. Gasper nodded. I don't wear clothes except for pants and shoes in the first place, Feldera said simply as he and Gasper started a new round. Isaiah just smiled wryly. I'm the same as well. I don't need to get ready. Thank God I was born a man. Getting ready for hours sounds like a nightmare. A/N. Now obviously not every woman is like this. But I know both types. Some get ready just as fast as guys do. Others take hours. But the majority of women that I know take longer. Chapter 72, Yggdrasil Route. Well, the ladies finally got their stuff ready and got into their new outfits. Kuraka was still wearing her usual black kimono. But Konako surprised me by wearing a white one. It suited her. Ingvild was wearing jeans and a pink t-shirt that showed off a bit of her stomach and navel. Over that she was wearing a nice white jacket. She was blushing bright red from embarrassment. Asia was rocking a new more delinquent look. Black jeans. Low crop white shirt. And a fashionable black leather jacket. It strangely suited her, and showed how far she had come from a shy nun who didn't know anything about the world. Zenobia went with normal clothes. Jeans and a white shirt. Which was totally surprising, since usually she would try to seduce me with more revealing outfits. Misaki just wore jeans and a black t-shirt. Tiamat didn't get what the point of changing style was. So she was still in her old clothes. Valerie was wearing a red shirt with a black skirt and stockings. Meredith wore jeans and a thin blouse to show off her figure. Dino seemed to like it, judging by the way his jaw dropped. Rose, the poor thing, was forced to wear a miniskirt and a tight shirt as well. A figure like that shouldn't be hidden by a suit, they said to her. While it was a nice view, the poor girl couldn't walk straight because she wasn't used to it. Feldera just scratched his head as he looked at them. Is there any point in new clothes? Considering we will probably destroy them on our journey. Asgard. We are back in Asgard. A quick pit stop. Knock. Knock. The door quickly opened up. Rose? Why are you back so soon? Gondol asked with a worried voice. Rose smiled and hugged her. Don't worry, Granny. I wanted to stop by, we are going on a journey and I wanted to see you before we go. Gondol just smiled at her. Good. And I see that you are finally wearing some nice sexy clothes. About time. Rose blushed. Grandma. Gondol just ignored her granddaughter's embarrassment. So where are you going? Rose started to fidget. Well, it's kinda complicated. I decide to cut in Alheim, causing her to freeze in place. She looked at Rose, then at me. No. Please don't tell me you are using the roots. Rose looked at her sheepishly. Gondol took a deep breath, probably to start her rant, but I stopped her. It will be fine. I have a way to navigate the small worlds. And survive the environment. And even if we end up in the dimensional gap, I have set up a marker in our base. I will just rip space apart and we will get home safely. Clack. Gondol closes her mouth and thought about what I said before, sighing. Fine. Just be careful. Those roots have caused the deaths of hundreds. Rose quickly hugged Gondol. I will, thanks Grandma. After saying our goodbyes, we exit Asgard at a specific point and find ourselves in the dimensional gap outside Asgard. Above us was a giant root that led somewhere in the distance. Just wow, was the reaction of pretty much everyone in the group. I can't see shit beyond a certain point. Dino just slumped even further. This is going to be exhausting, isn't it? Think of it like hiking. I shrugged my shoulders. I was. That's why I said it will be exhausting. Meredith, who was next to Dino, grinned. Would you carry me if I got tired? She stopped in front of him and did her best puppy dog look. No. Dino immediately cuts off any fantasies. I was actually thinking how to convince Feldera to carry me. Meredith froze in place. Completely shocked by this. The rest of us start to laugh at them. Dino, there is no way in hell I'm carrying your lazy ass. Feldera says with a serious expression. We do it enough when we are gaming. Gasper smirks. Dino freezes. Touché. We will have to walk for quite a while. Tia looks up, trying to see where the roots end, or rather begin, but she couldn't see a thing. Neither could I. The roots go through multiple small worlds to keep thing hidden. The root isn't visible inside the small world. You need to exit at a specific spot to continue walking on the route. If you choose the wrong exit, you get stranded in the dimensional gap. Odin uses his eye to navigate himself. And how will I navigate in this place? Simple. A compass sword. I quickly form a compass that was basically made to be 3D. It was made from 6 blades. North, west, south, east, up and down. Since there is no real way to track directions in the dimensional gap, this thing was based on Jack Sparrow's compass. I set a goal. And it uses my power to locate what I want and guide me to it. In this case, the goal is Yggdrasil. The more power you pump into it, the more accurate it is. But I have to vaguely know where it is. Otherwise, I would have just looked for Alheim directly. Let's go, shall we? Isaiah smirked as he raised his hand. Swords started to materialize in the air, they started to stack on each other and fuse. In a couple of moments, a large metallic wingless western dragon was in front of them. All aboard the Dragon Express. Isaiah laughed loudly. The team was looking at him speechlessly. Kurama raised an eye. Cool. Konako smiled. Since when can you do this? Misaki asked curiously. Since I became a super devil. I shrugged nonchalantly. It's fuke *ing awesome mini Dio grinned. Yes. Yes it is. Isa smiled at their reactions. All of us climbed on the back of the metallic dragon. Everybody freezes as they stare down at the back. They felt their power being drained. There was no way I would make the entire trip just on my own reserves. So I designed it in a way that it slowly drains the power from everybody. Meredith, stop moping and help me out. I focus and swords come out upwards from the sides of the dragon. Barrier swords. To protect us from the environment of the dimensional gap. Hi, Meredith waves her hand. She was a bit disappointed that Dino wouldn't carry her. Well, more than a bit. But she also knows she was being unreasonable. She quickly uses her quite frankly insane skills in barrier and warding magic on my swords. To make a bubble that separates us from the hellish environment of the dimensional gap. All of us are strong enough to survive for at least 24 hours in here. But this trip will likely take days to complete. Well, guys. You can do whatever you want for the next few days. I bring out some tablets, manga, board games, TVs and gaming consoles. Some furniture as well, sofas and stuff like that. Good night. Thud. Dino's floating cloud landed roughly on the ground and he instantly went into sleep mode. Sweet. Val, do you want another beatdown? Gasper says mockingly at Feldera. You are on midget, Feldera growled as they start gaming while yelling and cursing each other. I put a small soundproof barrier around them. No need for the rest of us to have our peace disturbed. Ingevild and Misaki put a small soundproof barrier around themselves, sat down and started to listen to some music in peace. Something they rarely got these days. Kurama sat down to meditate. Not to absorb energy or anything like that. This was the dimensional gap. He couldn't absorb energy even if he tried. He was simply meditating, trying to get inspiration or insight. Meredith, Zenobia, Asia, Konako, and Kuraka went to the table. Okay. Who's up for some poker? I'm thinking Texas Hold'em, Meredith said with a grin. Sure, I'm down, no problem, Nae. Rose shyly raised her hand. Can I join? Get over here, girl. Meredith pulled her hand and all of them sat down on the table. And just like that the girls started to gamble. Valerie brought out some painting equipment. It's a hobby she recently picked up. And she is getting quite good at it. She has a talent for art. Each of us made mini rooms, with soundproof barriers and some thin walls. Me and Tiamat laid down on one of the beds to relax and cuddle a bit. Simply enjoying each other's warmth in silence. 2ND day. You guys are so mean, Asia snickered as she was shooting a video. Meredith was snuggling up to Dino on his cloud. Feldera and Kuraka were snickering, they thought it would be funny to prank them. But what we all did not expect was for Meredith to use Dino as a body pillow and for him to just hug Meredith in his sleep. This is priceless, Gasper said with an amused smile. Dino and Meredith will be so mad when they wake up. Valerie, who was snuggling up to my side, giggled. That they will, I nod as I watch the team gather blackmail material. I think they really should just go and make it official. They both like each other. What's stopping them? Tiamat wondered as she took my other side. It's their life, Tia. We have no right to interfere with it. We can only support them and give them a small nudge. At the end of the day, it's their decision. Tia and Valerie quickly fall asleep. And I soon followed. 5th day. We have entered another small world. One completely filled with water. The experience was surreal. We were basically in a submarine. All sorts of sea life was swimming near us. Kuraka and Konako were staring at the fish. Their tails swished behind them. Isaiah, Kuraka comes to my side and presses her chest against me. Can I get one of those fish? Pretty please, Nae. I am willing to make a deal with my body, Kuraka whispered in my ear. I turned to her and leaned on her ear. No. Kuraka stomped her feet. Come on, Nae. Why not? I smile at her and pet her head and scratch behind her ears. That immediately calms her down. If you want fish, take some from our storage. We are in a small world. I have been watching these fish. They don't exist in our world. Who knows if they are poisonous or what else they have in them. I don't mind you taking a few to study them. But I doubt you would have the self-control. Kuraka looked insulted. I can control myself, Nae. Konako turns to us. Don't lie, Nae-sama. It doesn't suit you. Plus both me and Senpai know Senjutsu. Kuraka turned to her little sister traitor. Konako just smiled at her. I grab the naughty black kitty and put Kuraka in my lap and slowly start to pet her head. She quickly becomes docile and forgets about the fish. Konako just pouted in jealousy. I smiled at her antics and patted the other side of the sofa. Her expression quickly brightened up. She sat down next to me and I started to pat her head. She practically melted at my touch. Both sisters started to purr. Their bodies were so relaxed that they were falling asleep. Which they did, and it only took 15 minutes. This is fun and they are enjoying it. So why the hell not? Each of us has separate rooms to do things. Yggdrasil. After what seemed like weeks we finally reach our goal. It was the most incredible thing that I have ever seen. All of us looked up at the majestic tree. Nobody said a word. Because we couldn't. The tree was the biggest thing I have seen. It stood there in the middle of the multicolored space of the dimensional gap. It had a brownish bark with small golden lines. The leaves were golden as well. Nature energy was concentrated inside the tree. So much freaking power. I dare say it's just below off eyes. Not that surprising. Its roots are linked to 9 realms, planets. But, it is still a tree. It might have basic sentience but that's it. After who knows how long. I stopped starting and used my compass sword to find which route led to Alheim. The compass pointed on the 3rd route left of us. So the metal dragon climbed to it. And then jumped. Going down the routes like a slope. Much, much faster than climbing up. We should get there relatively quickly. We enter a few small words but I guide us out of there. After 2 days. We arrive at the end. Below was a beautiful green orb. It was a small green planet. With a couple of blue spots on it. Lakes most likely. Time to meet the residents. Chapter 73, Alheim. I cancel the metal dragon. Well, let's go. Everybody prepare yourselves. This is the first time I am seeing Alheim. It seems much more majestic than the stories, a bit different too. Rose said with a curious look in her eyes. We might be attacked right away. After all, we are entering their realm without any permission. Kurama smirked. He will be in the middle of the group. His clone doesn't have any actual power, he is just here for sightseeing. This is insane, Nae, Kuraka said speechlessly and Konako nodded. I turned to the planet and used senjutsu. What the hell is this? That place has so much nature energy that I can feel it from here. What in the actual bullshit is this? We were practically in space, above the planet, and I could still feel it. I get that it has mystical forests. But so does Tiamat's forest. Hutia smiled with a gleam in her eyes. Her battle intent was rising. Say, wouldn't that mean, Feldera started. There is a sage on that planet, Gasper finished for him. This could be more dangerous than we thought, Valerie mused. Or something similar. True sages are supposed to be rare, right? Misaki questioned. Her hand never left her sword. She prefers to keep her sword sacred gear out at all times. Bonk. Wake up already, Meredith smacked Dino on the head. Troublesome. Dino took off his eye mask. Everything is troublesome to you, Dino, Misaki sighed. If this were to happen back in school she would beat the hell out of him to teach him a lesson. Not everything. Just 90% of things in life, Dino shrugged. Dino, if you were born an angel, I'm sure you would have fell because of laziness. Asia teased. Oh, definitely. He probably would have fallen asleep as an angel. Then woke up as a fallen after God knows how long. Meredith nodded along. Dino raised a finger to object to that but stopped himself. He mused for a bit before nodding. Yet. I can see that happening. Let's go down. I want to see the lakes. I can feel them, they are so pure and filled with sea life. Ingvild was a bit giddy. Not as much as the small world which was submerged with water. But still relatively happy. What's with this place? If other people knew about this. Then how is it still standing? I'm really interested now in the people running it. We slowly start to land somewhere with people. It looked like the camp was separated. Interesting. Oh, this place feels nice. Nae, Kuraka had a lupa smile on her face. I agree. Nae, Konako nodded along. Damn it. Training here would have been better. But I'm connected to the ley lines in Kyoto. And I'm not sure this place can even be purified even more. This place is the perfect spot to meditate and relax for senjutsu users. There is no corrupted energy in the air or in nature. Kurama grumbled a bit. I need to try senjutsu here later on. Intruders. Intruders have arrived. Enemies. Inform the kings. Kings? As in plural? Now that I take a good look at them. Classic fantasy elves on the right. And small floating midgets with transparent butterfly wings on their backs. Fairies? Isaiah. Weren't elves and fairs supposed to be in different realms? Zenobia scratched her head. I got nothing, I say honestly. Yes, they were. Rose said blankly, her brain was trying to process this new information. Alheim is strictly a realm for the elves. I have no idea what the fairies are doing here. The Fuke asterisk? Even Asgard, which are technically their neighbors, don't know about this. Things just got a bit complicated. And I'm not sure if I like it. Boom. A figure landed a bit further away from them, soon after a couple of more shadows appeared. Stop right there! A woman yelled out, when the dust cleared, we got a good look at her. A busted blonde elf. She was wearing light armor and had a sword in her hand. I kinda expected the elves to be more slender, but this wouldn't be DxD without oversized boobs. I am Reno. One of the royal guards. Identify yourselves, introders. She pointed her sword at us and the elves behind her followed her action. I'm Isaiah, a devil. And this is my team. I point to my guys who just wave at the elves. Never heard of you, Reno bluntly says. PFFFFF. Ha 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 ha. Feldera started to laugh like a madman, and the others soon followed. Never heard of you, she says. Oh, that's priceless. Dino was laughing with tears in his eyes. The others giggled and tried to hide their laughter. Except Tiamat, Kurama and Rossweisse. That's interesting, Tiamat whispered. Yes. Isaiah is quite famous in the supernatural world. For them to not even know of him means they have been closed off. Kurama frowned. Well, the last time the Alphather visited Alheim was a few hundred years ago. Looks like things have changed a lot, Rose stated. Yeah, no kidding, I mumbled to her. Just as I was about to say something. Spirit spear, Basquias, a soft voice echoed from the distance. Then a giant spear headed straight at us. A spear. Dino raised an eyebrow as he focused. He summoned the true Longinus. Extend under Dino's command. The holy spear extended and clashed with the giant one. A battle for dominance occurred. Before the giant spear reverted to its smaller size and floated backward. From the sky, a figure descended. Bullshit. I couldn't stop myself from cursing out loud. He was around 160 to 170 centimeters tall. He had amber eyes, pointed ears draped by his long bright red hair, and a grey corsage on his left wrist. He wears baggy white pants which have dark blue butterfly scale-like patterns at the cuffs. Around his waist he wears a green sash and wears a set of black shoes. On his back large, lustrous, and rainbow-colored butterfly-like wings. Easily 2 times bigger than him. Yay! It's the Fairy King. Gloxinia-sama. The fairy in question just frowned when he heard the mob. Basquias, Form 2, Guardian. On Gloxinia's command the spear turned into a giant hornet. Eu Meredith screamed out when she saw it and hid behind Dino, the other girls flinched. That one ugly bug, Zenobia mumbled. Feldera. Can't you just smack it? Shhhhhhh. Sure. Feldera nodded and raised his hand, the hornet was nearing on him. Partial shift. Feldera yelled out, his arm stretched, from his shoulder the arm was eating longer and bigger. Until it turned into the size when he was in his dragon form. Smack, Feldera hit the hornet away and his arm returned to human size. Rahea. What do you think of my partial shift? Feldera put his hands on his hips and boasted loudly. Gasper deadpanned at him. Really? You had to name it. And the name is so dumb, you are literally just describing the process. Partial shift. Okay, wise guy, why don't you have a go? Feldera goaded Gasper, who stepped up. Gloxinia was just frowning at the intruders. Basquias, Form 9, Death Thorn. The spear compressed and then shot out in the form of hundreds of vines with thorns on them. Oh I. Those things are dangerous, nay, Kuraka yelled out. Gasper kneeled down and touched his own shadow. Let me help out. Misaki came near him and copied him. Their shadows merged. Shadow chains. From their combined shadow hundreds of spiked chains shot out and intertwined themselves with the vines, stopping them in place. Basquias, Form 5, Yggdra armor. The death thorns started to shrink. They slipped away from the shadow chains. In a flash of light, Gloxinia was now covered in a bulky yellow-golden armor. Guess I'll stop playing around. Boom! Gloxinia released his power. He was holding back. Stop this nonsense! Two voices echoed. I turned to the distance to see two middle-aged men walk toward us. They were dressed in royal clothes. And they had a majestic aura that demanded respect. One was tall with a crown of leaves and twigs, and rested on golden hair. The other one was quite a bit shorter, but his big green wings made up for that. My king! Your Highness! One by one both the elves and fairies bowed. Wait, wasn't Gloxinia the king? Old man! You finally arrived. Gloxinia turned to the shorter man. Sigh. I wouldn't have to if you stopped being so stubborn. Why did you attack? He asked Gloxinia. Huh? I heard they were intruders. They have a large group and are quite powerful. I saw the elven guard point their weapons at them, so I acted. That's kind of fair actually. And did they attack or threaten anybody? The tall king asked his elven guard. No. Reno said awkwardly. Both kings sigh. The fairy king turns to us. I am Oberon, king of the fairies. And I am Thranduil, king of the elves. What is your purpose here? The taller man says with a serious look on his face. He releases his aura, showing his Satan class power. Oberon does the same. And Gloxinia is a lot stronger than both of them, he is high ultimate. Without question. Sightseeing. We are traveling all around the world and we have decided to visit Alheim next. I answer blankly. Both kings and Gloxinia froze in place. Sightseeing. Gloxinia cleaned his ear, as if he had misheard me. Yep, Feldera grinned, enjoying their confused expressions. How did you get here? Thranduil asked us. Yes. There is no direct path to our realm, and it is hidden pretty well. Oberon nodded. We climbed the roots. I answer them with a smirk. The roots. They tilt their heads and look at each other in confusion before it clicked. The Yggdrasil roots. Are you mad? Climbing the roots is suicide. How did you even find a root? Gloxinia yelled at us. Rose stepped up. Greetings, I am Rossweisse of Asgard, former bodyguard of the All-Father. This group stayed on Asgard for a while and we stuck a friendship. Now I am traveling with them. We left Asgard and used the route that was there. As for how we made it, this group has many ultimate class fighters and two transcendent, one of which is a goddess. That made the trip possible. Me and Tiamat flex our powers for a second so that they know we are not lying. The kings looked at each other in the eyes. Their facial expressions were changed every couple of seconds. I was wondering what they were doing before it clicked. Telepathy. Fairs are known to have this power. When they were done they looked at us. Oberon stepped up. Do you have any intention to cause harm to Alheim and its residents? I smile. None. The rest of my team smiled at the kings, who both sighed in relief. Then we welcome you to Alheim. Chapter 74, Alheim 2. After a short walk, they bring us in a guest house of sorts. One reserved for VIPs and meetings of the two royal families. It was a fairly large building. The architecture was very interesting. The building looked like it was grown instead of built. We went inside the meeting room. Inside a few people were waiting for us. Two women immediately stood out, judging by their aura and the way the other people acted around them. I'm guessing they are the queens. Ahem. Let me introduce you. On the left is my wife, the Queen of the Elves and the Lady of the Woods. Galadriel. The Elven King Thranduil pointed at his queen. She was very tall, around 195 centimeters. However, Galadriel's most striking feature was her beautiful long silver golden hair. The woman curtsied. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Oberon walked to the other woman. She had fair skin, and long brown hair. Pink butterfly wings on her back. She was just a bit shorter than Oberon. This is my wife, the Queen of the Fairies, Titania. Titania curtsied as well. Welcome to Alheim. Oberon pointed to Gloxinia. This is my adopted son, Gloxinia. Fairy King. Champion. Our hero. The elves and fairies started to cheer for him. How can you be the Fairy King when your father Oberon is the current king? Zenobia asked with a confused expression. Gloxinia got tick marks on his forehead. I'm not the king, damn it. But you are the true Fairy King. The small fairies inside the chamber started to complain. I am not the king. Stop calling me that. Gloxinia face-palmed. Seeing our confused expression, Oberon started to explain. Fairies do have brothers and sisters. but no biological mother and father. If an older couple takes a liking to some kids, they will raise them, becoming their parents if the kids don't get picked. They are raised by the whole community. We noted at that. But then how is the next king decided? Since you randomly adopted Gloxinia, Ingvild raised her hand. Oberon just smiled. That. Well, the next fairy king is decided purely by strength. And Gloxinia is the strongest person in this realm. He was chosen by the sacred tree, by Alheim itself. The tree split a part of its heart and formed a sacred spirit spear. Basquias. The spear contains the abilities of the tree itself. All of us turned to the spear that was floating near Gloxinia. I see. It's quite powerful, definitely enough to contend against a Longinus. Dino nodded. He was the one to face off against it after all. Rose shyly raised her hand, sorry to be rude. But Asgard had no idea that fairies had joined Alfheim. When did this happen? Oberon and Titania only sighed at her question. It's not like we wanted to leave, but they couldn't sustain the realm. It was becoming too unstable. So we stuck a deal with the elves. Oberon and Titania looked to Thranduil and Galadriel, who continued off. We will share the realm together. While our realm is stable, we don't have any strong fighters. And have been in a war with the evil elves from Svartalfheim. On our side we only have white-skinned forest elves and dark-skinned mountain elves. While their leader is a bit stronger, we are still weaker than the evil elves. How exactly are you the king of Alfheim if you aren't the strongest? Asia asked the question. This caused Thranduil to laugh. Little girl, elves despise politics. The strongest fighters fought in a battle to decide who wouldn't be the king. I lost and I'm stuck with dealing with politics and managing disputes. After all, a king needed to be strong. That's why the leader of the royal guard is relaxing in the forest while I am stuck behind a desk dealing with paperwork. All of us look at each other. What a strange method of ruling. I like it. The strongest should be the freest. That's a great plan. I approve. I smile at them and Dino scoffed. You are only happy because you are the most likely to win any fights, you damn cheat. After a bit of negotiation, I proposed that we bring our sacred tree to Alfheim, to make the nature there even stronger. Oberon continued. And we of course accepted. That's how this alliance was born, Thranduil noted. Now there is only one thing left to do. Both men turned to Gloxinia. Become the fairy king. Become the king of Alfheim. Oberon and Thranduil yelled out. Both kings had the same wish. Oberon because Gloxinia is the strongest. And Thranduil because he didn't want to be king anymore. I refuse. Gloxinia shut them down right away. Ha 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 ha, these guys are interesting. Feldera laughed at their interaction, the rest of us chuckled as well. It's rare to see someone turn down a position that would make him the king of a realm. If Gloxinia accepted, that would make his status similar to Odin. Oh, I have an idea. Gloxinia, please come over. Gasper raised his hand and called Gloxinia over. Hey. Gloxinia came over and Gasper secretly whispered something in his ear. The next second Gloxinia had a scary grin on his face. He turned to the kings. You want me to become king? Are you sure? Both kings noted yes. Very well, I accept. Silence. Everybody from Alfheim had wide eyes and their jaws were hanging. Are you joking? Titanus said, a surprised expression. You are serious, right? You won't go back on your word. Oberon and Thranduil pressed and got up in Gloxinia's face. I will become the king. Gloxinia nodded seriously. Both kings turned to each other before throwing their hands in the air. Bonsai. Call the cooks. Call everyone. We have a new king. It's time for a banquet. The former kings started to celebrate. They took their crowns and forcefully put them on Gloxinia's head. Who looked silly with 2 crowns on his head. Fairy king. Fairy king. All the elves and fairies in the room started to celebrate. Some ran out to quickly spread the news. Both of them turned to us, especially Gasper. You are welcome to the banquet. You vampire are the star quest. Gasper smiled. You might change about that. Before the kings could ask what Gapser meant, Gloxinia floated up and put both of his hands on their shoulders. Now that I'm king, that means you have to follow my orders. Right. The kings got nervous from Gloxinia's scary smile but still noted. Then as my first order as king, I declare that Oberon and Thranduil will handle all political, economical, and military matters. Both kings were frozen in place. PFFFFF. Ha 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 ha. Feldera, Dino, and Gapsa were already on the ground dying from laughter. Titania and Galadriel were chuckling as well. But... Gloxinia. That's not... You dare defy your king? Gloxinia cut them off with a grin on his face. Both kings slumped, and a cloud of depression formed above them. Gloxinia floated to Gasper. You have helped me immensely. I declare you a friend of Alheim, you and your group. We gratefully accept, your majesty. Gasper did a formal bow with his hand over his chest. But any other matters of politics will be left to my leader. Gasper turned to me with a smirk. Cheeky bugger. We will let our ministers handle that, I said to Gloxinia, who happily nodded back, glad he doesn't have to participate in boring meetings. Well, for now. We have a banquet to attend to. Someone drag those two with us. He pointed to the depressed kings, well, former kings. I, Gloxinia, have achieved true freedom. And all it took was to take the position I have run away from for decades. Ha 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 ha. The forests were echoing with Gloxinian's laughter. But at the center of the forest, the giant tree with pink blossoms shook in happiness. All the flowers on the trees and the ground bloomed all at once, signaling a start of a new age for Alheim. Along with a new king. Fairy King Gloxinia. Ruler of Alheim. A/N. Kinda short, I planned for it to be longer, but it felt right to end here. Next chap. Banquet. Chapter 75, Relaxing in Alheim. The word spread quickly and everybody knew that Gloxinia became the next king. Realm-wide celebrations started. Everybody and their pets started to sing and dance. I mean, I kinda understood them. They have been begging Gloxinia to become king for decades. Having a strong king, especially when it's someone as well liked as Gloxinia, it means that the chances are good that Alheim will prosper in the future. Right now all of us were gathered. Gloxinia threw a royal banquet right then and there. In the visitor house. The former kings, now turned into ministers, were sitting down with a blank look on their faces. You could practically see the depressed air around them. The former queens were having fun mixing with the royal officials from both sides. Near them are their advisors and other officials. They are as followed. From the elves. From left to right. In a tool. A beautiful elf with a slim body, pointy ears, shoulder-length brown hair, and emerald-colored eye. She serves as an advisor for royal family on economic matters. Riverial Joe's elf. The royal mage. Riveria is tall with jade-colored hair tied in a ponytail that reaches to her waist, same color eyes and elf ears. She wears a green outfit with yellow borders, a white cloak over it, a black belt, a yellow sash, black leggings, and long brown boots. She is quite beautiful. Echidna, the queen's bodyguard. A muscular elf with tan skin. She had white hair put in a ponytail. Blood-red eyes. And a very voluptuous body. She had daggers and throwing knives strapped all across her body. From the fairies from the right to left. Ramaris of the Labyrinth. The fairy in charge of the traps. She is special. She was born with the ability to use spirit magic. She can manipulate small spirits. She was also very lazy and self-centered. Her job is being done by the people who work under her. She only has to work her magic once in a while. Daisy, personal bodyguard of the former queen. She was a tomboyish elf with dark brown hair. And compared to the other fairies who were all fair and slim, she was a bit fitter. You can clearly see her muscles and she had scars all over her body. She was a strange mix between a warrior and a mage. A very rare occurrence amongst fairies. Jerhead. Gloxinia's younger sister comes. She was a young cheerful fairy a bit shorter than Gloxinia. She had chest-length hair, with accessories on it. She also had long pointy transparent wings like most fairies. She also wears earrings that match her fruit wand. When two fairies are born from the same tree, branch, or flower, they are brother and sister. So Riveria. How exactly does advanced elven magic work? Rossweisse asked her with an excited expression. The beautiful green-haired elf smiled at her. Well, I can't tell you our secrets that easily. But I hear you are very proficient in Norse magic. I propose an exchange. Riveria and Rose the scholars hit it off easily. So you sleep all day on that fluffy cloud? Ramaris asks Dino, who lazily nods. I train sometimes, but yet I sleep most of the time. Ramaris puts her hand on her chin. That's a nice gig. Yes. Yes, it is, Dino lazily noted. Yoo-woo. There were a lot of people surrounding Feldera and Gasper. What are they doing? Ramaris scratched her head as she flew over to them. Hey, what's the ruckus about? Ramirez-sama. These two people are showing us Midgardian literature, one of the fairies happily exclaims. Literature. Ramirez tilted her head as she flew near Feldera and Gasper. This, ladies and gentlemen, is manga. It's not just literature and art. It's a way of life, Feldera said with a knowing tone as if he was teaching some young students. Gasper picked up right after him, and once a manga becomes really popular it is turned into an anime. And amongst all animes the one that reigns supreme is JoJo's. Feldera and Gasper yelled out. They protected to hand out manga and anime to make the residents of Alheim cultured. Asia Konako, Zenobia Echidna, and Daisy, muscule heads. So you can blow things up with your sacred gear. Daisy looked at the knuckle dusters on Asia's hands. They are really powerful. But I like Durandal more. Just punching things is no fun. Zenobia smiled as she refilled her glass. I wonder what else she can do with those lovely hands, Echinda says in a flirtatious tone. She licked her plump lips. They can choke the life out of you, Asia said with a little edge in her voice, not appreciating the way she was looked at. Oh, you kinky, only if I get to do it on you too. Echidna's face flushed. Pervert. Konako deadpanned at her. Konako is right, I don't know why I'm even bothering with a pervert like you. Oh, and for the record I'm straight. Asia also deadpans at her. Don't worry honey. Most of my partners were straight before sleeping with me. They changed their minds after Echinda pushed up her boobs with her hands. Asia raised her fist. And most of the people who annoy me end up as mincemeat. Is that a promise? I like it rough. Asia just facepalms at that. I just had to get the pervert. Tant bimbo, go annoy Kuraka, the black-haired cat girl. Something tells me you two are going to get along. No offense, she turned to Konako. None taken. Cat girl you say? The black one with the huge knockers? I have been wanting to talk to her, but she has been hanging around your boss. Now I can say you sent me. Thanks. Bye. Echidna runs off. Asia opens her mouth to stop her, but then decides against it. It's not my fault if something bad happens. Worst case, the pervert will be put into a temporary coma. Now where were we? Asia turns to Daisy and they continue their conversation. Valerie, Kuraka, Meredith, Misaki, Ingevilt were sitting around drinking and relaxing. Kuraka then turns to Meredith, who was chugging her drink. So, how far have you and Dino gone? Pfffff. And the girl in question spat it out from surprised. Come on, tell us. Ingevilt pushed her with her elbow. You shouldn't keep it a secret, Valerie said with a grin as she put her hand on Meredith's shoulder from the other side, trapping Meredith between Valerie and Ingevilt. I'm feeling a bit tipsy, so I'm going to go and lay down. Have fun. Misaki tried to run away, but Kuraka quickly grabbed her. Nope, you are in on this too. I didn't miss the look of appreciation you have to our new royal friend. Looking at Gloxinia's naked lean chest. Didn't take you for the feminine boy type. The two poor girls were trapped in the middle with the three villains interrogating them for information. Tell me more about yourself and this faction of yours, Gloxinia said as he sipped from his fruit wine. Isaiah just finished his bottle and opened up a new one well after I regained my freedom from the devils. I realized that if I wanted to truly be free, I needed to be strong and have strong people around me. So I set out to find like-minded individuals or people with talent to join me. We traveled around, met new people and added them to the group. The royal family closely listened as Isaiah explained their adventures, and then the Kyoto indecent. So they attacked Kyoto because they wanted to show that humanity was better than the beasts. When in fact they are the ones who attacked innocent yokai. Titania fumed. They are the ones who are beasts. And they had the gall to call themselves heroes. Galadriel also shared her feelings. The former kings were silent, but you could tell from their expressions that they were angry. For a peaceful real like Alfheim, war is something they desire, since it only leads to loss and suffering. Gloxinina sighed. Alfheim really needs a better way to gather information. We didn't even know that a powerful person like yourself has appeared in the world. Don't feel too bad about it. This happened just a few months ago. It's very difficult for people like you who are in an entire different realm not linked to Earth to gather information. You only receive accurate information every year. But you are safe from any attacks and your people are prospering. That to me makes the entire thing worth it, Kurama said in a deep tone. Tiamat smacked him on the back, already thinking like a leader. The position is good for you, you have become wiser. Kurama got some tick marks on his forehead but kept quiet. Tiamat is a goddess. Until he becomes a sage he will need to keep his mouth shut as he stands no chance. But once he is a sage, Revenge will be sweet. Isaiah smiled at them. Leave the poor guy alone. His main body is training, he has a clone with us and another clone that deals with people and documents. Yasaka helps out a lot, but some things can only be done by the leader. Kurama started to curse under his breath. Something about how his leader doesn't ever do any paperwork. Gloxinia picked up on that. I was curious about something. You took the yokai under you. It's not a partnership, they are more like vassals. But if that's the case, what is your main faction called? Kurama and Tiamat sighed and turned to Isaiah, who was scratching his head. Right, that. Well, we tried to come up with a name, but everything we suggested was so bad that I decided to reschedule. This happened a few more times until we decided on a good name. In the beginning, I formed it for protection and freedom. To have the power to easily travel this world. To live normally. But as our numbers grew and our faction formed from different races and people, it became a place where everybody can be safe. So we decided to call it Nexus. A place that links people. It a place that offers a sanctuary for the innocent and those who share our ideals. Their expressions were very funny, so much so that the trio laughed at the royal family. It turned out a lot different than what I had in mind, but as long as have the final say and I'm not spending hours of my day running the place, I'm fine with it. With that, Isaiah started to drink again. The royal family was still silent, thinking about the information they just got. Oh come now. It's not that shocking, factions form and fall. We are just like them, except much stronger and can back up our ideals. Tiamat chuckled. Gloxinia nodded at her words. True. You have given me much to think about, but that is for another time. This is a time for celebration. Musicians. It's time to dance. Flutes, harps and drums started to play. The fairies and elves started to cheer. The fairies formed giant circles in the air and started to dance. The elves did the same on the ground. Pink flower petals started to fall on them, like the forest was joining in. Isaiah, let's go. Tiamat grabbed his hand and dragged him off to dance. Isaiah laughed at her enthusiasm. And they joined in on the fun. Alheim parties can be pretty wild. Next day, Isaiah and Kuraka were walking hand in hand through the sacred forest. Kuraka was humming and had a little skip in her step. Isaiah's arm was buried between her cleavage. Ah! Finally! Kuraka yelled out happily, making Isaiah chuckle. Yeah, I have been looking forward to this as well. But we were pressed for time. Kuraka turned to him and pouted. You could have attacked me while I was in heat. But then Kuraka turned to him and smiled. She rose on her toes and kissed Isaiah on the cheek. Now I'm happy you didn't. You are right, I was looking for something more than just a quick fuke star. But that doesn't mean that I would mind doing it. Like right now. Kuraka whispered at Isaiah, who deadpanned at her. You want our first time to be in a forest? This caused Kuraka to erupt into laughter. I'm a yokai and you are a devil. Why should we bother with human morals? I just know I really want you right now. Plus I'm more of a stray cat anyway. Thinking about doing it in nature really turns me on. Isaiah smiled at her before he grabbed her by the waist and lifted her up. Kuraka quickly put her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist. Her tail swished around as she grinned at him. Oh, are you going to defile this poor innocent kitty? Kuraka moaned in Isaiah's ear. This perverted cat. Isaiah's eyebrow twitched as he was getting turned on by the close contact and her words. I'm going to enjoy this. Get ready to be fuke *ed unconscious. Isaiah growled at her with a deep husky voice that made Kuraka blush even further. Not as much as I'm going to enjoy it. Now shut up and fuke *me. Kuraka pressed her lips against his and quickly put up a soundproof barrier. Both of them lost themselves to their lust. In their hurry they forgot something. They might have eliminated the sound, but the ground shook from their rather passionate sex. So much so that the elves and fairies nearby thought it was a big animal stomping on the ground. They came back and Kurama and Konako were meditating, just enjoying nature. Both of them opened their eyes when Isaiah and Kuraka came near them. Their clothes were wrinkled and their hair was messy. Both of them had loopy grins on their faces. Isaiah was carrying Kuraka on his back since it appeared that she couldn't walk. Konako flushed when she smelled them. It's not hard to realize what they were doing in the forest. Fuke *ing degenerates, at least clean up after you finish. Kurama scoffed. Isaiah smelled himself. Damn, I thought we got rid of the smell. Kuraka just grinned happily. I was still out of it when we finished, so my control wasn't that good. Probably some of the smell remained. Kuraka didn't look too bothered by it. Nay-san, it's not a little, you didn't even bother to remove half of the smell on you, Konako said with a pout. which made her even cuter with her blushing face. Nya ha ha ha. Sorry Chiron, Nasan was too out of it. It felt so good that I forgot to function normally, Kuraka said shamelessly. Konako sighed. She realized that Kuraka was too high in happiness right now, so she won't take her seriously. Konako picked up Kuraka over her head like she was a log and she started running. Chiron! Chiron! Stop! Where are you going? Kuraka yelled out. Girls meeting, Konako answered calmly, but she picked up the pace. Wait, Kuraka screamed out. Isaiah and Kurama were watching this with grins on their faces. Want to drink? I got some sake, Isaiah asked Kurama, who just shrugged. Meh. Why not? And the drinking started. Again. And continued till nightfall. Comment. 14 comment. Vote. Chapter 76, Girls Meeting. If you want to read ahead or just support me, go check out my pat. There are a lot of FICS and ideas there. Every single one of these FICS and chapters will be released eventually. But if you don't want to wait or just want to support me, check out the pat. patreon.com/alcoholic_panda. Word count 1600. Girl meeting. A few moments ago. Konako dragged in a whining Kuraka. The other girls smiled when they saw this, some even snorted. But then they got a better look at her. Kuraka's normal tidy hair was messy and wild. Her skin was glossy. And her face was practically glowing. You slept with Isaiah? Meredith practically squealed. Valerie tilted her head, but we still haven't gotten any place to stay. Where did you? Oh, Valerie realized where they got busy. Asia clicked her tongue and bit her nail. I didn't think that the cat bitch would actually do it in the forest. Jealous much? Kuraka grinned as she said in a sing-song voice. Asia was more than a little jealous, yes. Damn you. I really need to step up my game. How was it? Zenobia asked curiously. Perfect, Kuraka grinned while the others groaned at her pun. Be serious, Meredith hit her over the head. She was keeping the juicy details. And after how they grilled her and Misaki yesterday, it was time for some revenge. Kuraka frowned. I am serious, Nae. We have all heard the stories from Valerie and Tiamat. The little gossip they were willing to share. I thought they were just stingy. But it really can't be explained with words. Isaiah Kuraka's eyes started to get glazed over as she was remembering their night together. Smack. Konako smacked her sister, waking her up. Was it really that good? Rose asks shyly. You have no idea. Maybe you will be next if you play your cards right. Kuraka winked at Rose. I'm next, Asia said with a no-nonsense tone. I won't lose. Konako's tail swished around as she locked eyes with Asia. Zenobia was ignoring the whole situation. She had her hand on her chin. If I asked Isaiah to have babies with me right now, do you think he will say yes? Haa. Asia and Tiamat turned to her. Asia because someone wanted her turn, and Tiamat because she wanted to be the first one to give birth. Konako just glared at Zenobia while all the hairs on her body stood up, trying to intimidate the enemy. Zenobia tilted her head. Did I say something wrong? Meredith face-palmed. Misaki was looking at the situation with a blank look on her face. I can't believe I'm about to say this. But I'm too sober for this. You people have turned me into an alcoholic. Ingevilt on her right, literally had a beaming smile. Really? I'm having a blast. This is good comedy. I agree, Valerie nodded. She was the first woman to get together with Isaiah. She had nothing to worry about. Their leader wasn't the kind of man to abandon her for another. Nya ha ha ha. Punk girl wants to rumble. Kuraka's voice broke them out of their conversation. Bring it on, cat bitch. Asia's toki exploded. Kuraka did the same, but not before smirking at Asia. A bitch is a female dog. A female cat is called a queen. So bow down, peasant. Nya ha ha ha. Asia dashes to Kuraka as the latter runs away while teasing Asia. Sigh. Those two were at it again. Meredith sighed out. They are like water and oil. Ever since they started competing for the next lover spot. Ingevilt shrugged. It's fine. They care for each other, but they also like the same guy. They have to express those feelings somehow. And I approve this method, it's hilarious. You know, maybe this is why I got Isa first. You are too slow and have less stamina, Nae. Boom. Get back here. Underworld. Fenix territory. Riser's room. Third POV. Forgot it's Fenix, not Phoenix. I think Phoenix is better. Bang! Riser forcefully opened the doors to his bedroom and walked to his king-sized bed, which was empty at the moment. The girls were out having fun and some were enjoying their hobbies. He went to the edge of the bed and just let his body fall. Thump! He fell on the very, very soft bed and let himself sink in. Sigh. I hate this high-class noble devil bullshit. If I was the heir, fine. At least I would get some power and reputation. I'm the third son. And both my brothers are stronger than me. Why should I have to deal with devil politics? Riser groaned as he kept talking to himself. Go to the young devil gathering. Look out for a new fiancé. Riser says in an annoying voice, probably imitating one of his parents. That's just what I need. I know every high-class female devil from my generation. And the most normal ones are Bookworm Sana and Mecha Nerd Seek Vera. Sigh. Isaiah. Homie. Why did you leave alone to deal with this bullshit? So not fair. I'm stuck in the underworld and he is out there traveling the world. Ding. Hey. A message. Oh, it's from Isaiah. He has some really weird timing. Over the next few minutes Riser stared at the screen with a blank face. On it were videos of the party on Alheim. Alheim, he went to Alheim, the one place famous for its we don't accept outsiders. And had a party with the royal family, Riser said in an empty voice. I need a drink. Just when Riser grabbed an empty glass. Knock knock. Sigh. What now? Ravel entered the room. She was wearing one of her usual fancy dresses. Riser Nyisama. Mother asked me to call you. We have some unexpected guests from the GAAP family. You need to entertain their weirdo cough, their charming son. Who has some unique hobbies. A vein poked on Riser's forehead. Crack. He crushed the glass in his hand. No, Riser says in a serious tone. Hey? What do you mean no? Ravel asks in a confused tone. I mean no. I will not be entertaining any guests. I will not be looking for a new fiancé. And I will not stand for this bullshit anymore. Ravel, tell my peerage to pack all of their and my stuff. I'm running away from home. Riser quickly waved his hand and activated the soundproof runes in his room. What? Ravel screamed out in surprise. Isaiah just sent me a new video. He is partying on Alheim. While I'm stuck here. Hell no. I'm leaving. I'm going to join his faction, the one he is currently building. I'm sure he will accept us because we are friends. I am willing to make a few tears occasionally. That will calm any protest about me joining. You need to decide what you want to do. Will you come with me or will you stay here and be married off to some idiot? Riser looks at his baby sister as her face went through many different levels of shock. You are serious? Riser nodded to her question. Ravel had a complicated look on her face. You will be an outcast. A shame on the family. The entire devil faction will curse at you for joining a completely different faction. It's one thing to change political factions like from the new Satans to the old king or great king faction. But this is betraying your race. Riser scoffed. So what? We devils are creatures of sin. We do whatever the hell we want. It's not like I'm harming anyone. I'm just looking out for number one. Namely me. My and my peerage's happiness is what's most important. The devil faction can go fuck themselves. Riser had a thoughtful look on his face. Maybe some new devils will be born that way. Massa Rigis. Better than some bullshit engagements. Ahem. Ravel coughed in her hand. Right. Got off topic. Ever since we met Isaiah, our lives got a lot more fun. Even you have to admit that. I learned a lot too. I can throw much better parties now, Riser says with a proud look on his face. Ravel just deadpanned. Yes. Yes. I know. You got nominated as the best host/party planner in the underworld. But that has gotten boring too. I want to see the world, get drunk on a beach in Greece without worrying about some god smiting me. That's what Isaiah is all about. His ideals are much more in line with mine than what our current government is trying to do. Peace is a nice idea. But they really should deal with internal matters first and then try to make alliances with other factions. Another civil war is imminent. And I will not be here when it starts. What about you, sister? What will you do? Riser looked at her, waiting for an answer. Ravel was frowning, and biting her lip. Her hands were clenched. Ah, fuck it. Let's go, Ravel cursed out and looked at Riser, who was just grinning at her. Sister. Language. He says in an overdramatic way. Shut up. We need to do this fast. I'll get the girls ready along with our stuff. You got to the vault and grab as much money, gold, and treasure as you can fit in your pocket space. Use your magic to increase the size, it doesn't matter if it's temporarily unstable. I'll take half of it later. Ravel unconsciously turned into her commander role. Riser just smiled at her. I'll get it done. You hurry up and inform the girls. Ravel nodded and dashed out of the room, leaving Riser alone. He took one last look at his bedroom, the place where he stayed for most of his life. I'm going to miss this place. But time waits for no man. Watch out, world. Riser Phoenix is coming out. Chapter 77, Training. If you want to read ahead or just support me, go check out my Pat. There are a lot of FICS and ideas there. Every single one of these FICS and chapters will be released eventually. But if you don't want to wait or just want to support me, check out the Pat. patreon.com/alcoholic_panda. Word count 3450. Yes, so I have 6 since Saturday. Some sort of virus. It has not been pretty. Actually thought I might die on the first night. I got dizzy and fell. High fever, but my body was cold, shaking like I was naked in the snow. Then the vomiting followed. I could barely move. I haven't been that terrified in a long ass time. Yeah, but I'm feeling better, so here's the chap. Inside a giant barrier cube combined by Rose's dimension lost. The team was training in their own separate cubes. The grind never stops. That applies to all members of the team. Rossweisse was on the outside. She was cross-legged as she was focusing on the barrier and her sacred gear. She was keeping the combined might of her team in check. To be fair, none of them were actively trying to destroy her barrier, but keeping their strength in check was not a small task. The barrier started to shake once more, so Rose redoubled her efforts. They really aren't making this easy on me. But that's fine with me. I will persevere, I'm getting better at this by the minute. Isaiah was right, Dimension Lost truly does belong in the hands of a mage. I wonder if I can convince him to go on a date if I do a good job. Rose mumbled to herself before blushing. She quickly slapped her face with both hands. Focus, Rose, get your mind out of the gutter. You can fantasize about Isaiah later. Ah, I did it again. Isaiah vs Gloxinia. I didn't expect that you would accept my request for a spar this quickly, Gloxinia said with a smile. Well, for one, I'm not one to back away from a fight. And it's obvious that you are trying to see how strong I am. Honestly, I'm a bit flattered that you even consider joining my faction, Isaiah said calmly. Gloxinia just sighed at that. Well, you have seen Alheim's forces for yourself. If someone from the bigger factions decides to attack us, we would be hopeless. Judging by the news we receive each year thanks to our brave scouts to go back and forth through the dimensional gap. Along with the information you gave us, it's easy to see that things are getting unstable. Sooner or later someone will approach us. I just decided to get a head start. Gloxinia spread his hands. But still, it's strange how quickly you have come to trust us. Don't take this the wrong way, I'm glad you trust us, but it's suspicious. You seem like a smart man. You wouldn't trust someone this easily. Trust takes time, so forgive my bluntness. What gives? Gloxinia erupted into laughter as soon as he heard my question. And it wasn't the fake laugh, this one was genuine from the heart. I knew, I was right about you. Here is something we didn't share with you. Another reason why the elves accepted us fairies so easily is because of our ability to see through a person's true nature. Isaiah raised an eyebrow, quickly recalling all the moments he spent with the many different fairies he met. Ah, I see. I was very confused why the young fairies liked us so much. I thought it was because they were curious children. Gloxinia chuckled at that. Well, there is that too, but it was mostly because they deemed you harmless. Wait, but then why did they run away when we first arrived? Gloxinia started laughing again. Ha ha ha. Put yourself in their shoes. Would you sit still to find out if some uninvited strangers enter your home? After they realized it was safe, they had a chance to see if you were good or bad. Isaiah just helplessly shook his head. Man, you fairies are such cheats. Do you know how hard it was to learn basic senjutsus so I can do the most basic emotion sensing? And you are telling me that baby fairies can do master level of emotion sensing? Telling if someone is truly good or are they faking it? Well, nothing you can do about it. It's just how we are. And I think this is enough chit-chat. Time to see what you have got. Spirit Spear Basquia's first form. A giant spear appears behind Gloxinia. An intense aura surrounded the spear, showing its power. The spear that the sacred tree forged itself. The tree that spread its roots across Alheim, literally becoming one with the planet. Isaiah smiled as he made a simple longsword. The only power the sword had is that it was unbreakable. Gloxinia frowned when he saw this. Aren't you underestimating me a bit too much? Isaiah pointed his sword at him as he let go of his power, letting it freely flow. The air shook when he revealed his transcended class strength. Oh, trust me, I'm taking this very seriously, it's just that this is an excellent opportunity to polish up my sword skills. Gloxinia's eyes widened when he felt Isaiah's powers. Well, fuck asterisk, but at least I'll make you struggle to win. Hey. Gloxinia flew at Isaiah with his spear right behind him, starting a fight between leaders. Dino's zone. Huff, huff, huff. Dino was kneeling down on one knee. Sweat was pouring off of his body. Well done, Dino. You have reached the complete balance breaker. And due to your high strength, you can stay in it for quite a while. Haha. My name will shake the world again. Vritra said with an excited voice. Yay, Dino said sarcastically, before turning his body to the side. Thud. Dino fell on his back. I'm not moving an inch from here. I have reached balance breaker. I deserve a break. True. But you have barely started on training with the true Longinus. You still need to reach balance breaker with that. Dude, let a guy get his 14 hours of sleep. Dino looked at his wrist where Vritra was talking to him through absorption line. The saying is 8 hours, right? And realistically you only need 5 hours to function normally. Nope, I need 14. Dino babies need 14 hours of sleep. Even Falbium doesn't sleep that much. I know. I aim to surpass him and the sloth demon as the person who sleeps the most, Dino said with a faraway look on his face. You are an idiot. And the people who sleep the most are the ones who are comatose. Like the devils and their sleeping disease. Do you want to be like them? A figure flashed in his mind. Not particularly. No. Don't play coy with me. I can read your thoughts, you idiot. You love the girl. Go out there and confess. You two already crossed the line but don't know where you stand. Go and confess. Fine. You know, for an old-ass dragon you sure like to meddle in other people's affairs. No, I don't, I just see stupidity and I decide to correct it. Whatever, old man. I'm tired and I'm going to take a nap. I'll take care of everything later. Zzz. He fell asleep. Isaiah, of all the potential hosts you had to pick this one. Sigh, what has my life come to? Meredith's zone. Say what you want about Isaiah. But the man is a great leader. As soon as I said that I needed some people to test out my mind control on, preferably scumbags. He teleported back to Kyoto, grabbed a few prisoners and teleported back. His exact words were, if you think you need anything that can help you grow, don't hesitate to tell me. I am responsible for you guys. Even the tiniest increase in strength benefits the whole group. If I can help in any way I will. So here I am perfecting my mind control to hopefully unlock my balance breaker, maybe even make a subspecies. Currently, I am working on long-range control. Even if it was a bit brutal. I put needles inside their heads to control them. One small needle just acts as small whisper, slowly chaining their psyche. A few small needles inside and I can brainwash them to do anything I like. This takes a lot more power naturally. But I can also make one big needle, about the size of a finger, and stick it in their heads from outside. This puts them immediately under my control, like puppets. But it also turned them into vegetables. It completely destroys the mind. Useful for making a lot of mobs to fight for you. Not for anything else. For some reason, Isaiah insisted I call them needle men. I'm sure it's some kind of inside joke that I am not aware of. Illumi's needle men. I'm not sure I even what to know. Meh, I'm going back to work. I wonder how Dino's doing? Gasper's zone. Gasper was looking at some spinning training dummies. ZA Worldo, Gasper yelled out as time froze. He quickly made dozens of shadow knives and threw them. The knives flew for like a second before they were also frozen in mid-air. Gasper snaps his finger and time starts flowing again. Tack. The dummies were skewered by the shadow knives. Huff. Well, that's enough for a warm-up. Stopping time and using precise shadow control to make solid shadow knives. Now for the tough part. Valerine said that when I was young she sealed a piece of Baylor's power in me. Isaiah Senpai said that there is a chance for me to use this power. Sacred gears can change if the user's will is strong enough. And everybody is getting stronger except me. I can stop time, but it's no good if I can't actually do any damage to my opponents. I refuse to just stay back and be a burden. I will do this. Forbidden Baler View Balance Breaker. Come out, Baler. Something shattered inside Gasper. The next moment all Gasper could see was darkness. He could feel darkness enveloping his body. He grew, the darkness was transforming him into a 5-meter tall monster. It resembles a dragon with multiple wings, a horn, and red eyes. GIVEMEYOURBODY, SETMEFRE. Give me your body. Set me free. A voice echoed in Gasper's mind. It sounded like someone was scratching nails on a blackboard. Gasper felt that he was losing control of his reason, and his body. Back. They. Fuchs star. Off. Gasper used every bit of his willpower to push down the voice and cancel the balance breaker. He slowly reverted back to his normal form. His clothes were torn, revealing the muscles he gained while he was training. Thud. Gasper fell on his back and took a few deep breaths. Okay. That was something. I have a soul or whatever in my sacred gear. Good news, I have a way to get stronger. Bad news, it's like it's stuck in a midway point between a balance breaker and a drive. It's stronger than normal B. breakers, but it's also a lot more difficult to control. This is going to be hard. Dio-sama, show me the way. Gasper sent out a prayer into the multiverse, hoping he would get some help from his idol. Valerie's zone. Valerie had sweat pouring down her frowning face. She had her eyes closed as all 3 of her grails floated above her hands. Arise, evil dragons! Come forth and serve me! Valerie called out. As shadows gathered under her feet, the shadows expanded and roar. X10. She looked at the evil dragons who were starting to reconstruct. I don't require your wills, so goodbye. The grails glowed again. The dragons roared in pain as they struggled. No. I kill you. I will burn you alive. Stop it. But their struggles were in vain. Slowly their wills were erased, leaving blank states. 10 evil dragon puppets gained. Ugh, Valerie held her head. That really hurts. But I'm thankful for Isaiah's swords. Without them I would have gone insane. And this headache will only last a few minutes. A headache in exchange for dragon bodyguards. Worth it. Valerie looked at the dragons who were practically turned into robots. Now to buff these guys. Anti-dragon slayer abilities, strength enhancement, and other effects. I'll also use some of Isaiah's swords. Then I just need to program them so they can access their combat memories and I'll be set. I practically became a summoner. Dino's going to be pissed. After gaining the true Longinus, he realized that he was an idiot for going with the fighter route when he could have lazed around if he had summons/pets. Now he is envious of Tiamat because she can create monsters to fight for her. Kuraka, Konako, and Kurama. Kuraka and Konako were outside the cube with Kurama, who was giving them some tips and helping them. They have made a lot of progress with Senjutsu and Alheim. The pure nature energy makes it a lot easier to train. They aren't doing sage training just yet, as there is nothing to purify in Alheim as it is already pure. Ingevild and Tiamat. Ingevild was also outside, training in the seas of Alheim. Ingevild was flying just above the sea. Giggling happily, the sea was shaking, following her every movement. Every few seconds a giant water animal was formed. Countless giant serpents, leviathans, sharks, and all manner of water creatures were formed from the sea water. Each of them easily packing a peak high-class attack. So dangerous yet so beautiful. The observers from Alheim looked at her in awe. She looks like a fairy. A dark fairy, an elf commented as she looked at Ingevild, who was flying with her black devil wings. A dark fairy. A Spriggan. Boom. A real gigantic water serpent rose from the sea. Monster. The small fairies started to run away. Ingevild chuckled when she heard the fairs. A real leviathan? Couldn't you make anything more original, Tiamat-san? Tiamat flew down in front of Ingevild and scoffed. I'm still getting the hang of this. It's weird, to actually create something. I went from being a dragon that can just destroy and hit harder depending on how injured I am, to a goddess that manipulates water and life. You might want to pick up reading manga. Creativity is just hard for some people. It should give you some ideas on what monsters you are able to create. I do admit I did gain some inspiration about water abilities from manga. Ingevild blushed a bit. Tiamat looked down, she never had a creative mind. She just fought and hoarded treasure for most of her life. Along with studying magic to become stronger. Creativity wasn't really ever needed. She looked up at Ingevild. Tell anyone and we will have problems. Ingevild grinned as she made a zipping motion on her mouth. Another strong being corrupted by the magnificent Aliu of manga. Asia. Asia had her eyes closed as she was focusing on both of her sacred gears. Twilight healing and Valorant destruction. Two opposing forces were about to form something truly special. Asia's eyes flashed open. Combined balance breaker, undying battle medic. Her aura burst out of her. Mana and Toki blasted out, cracking the ground. Her two twilight healing rings fused and became a tiara with an emerald gem in the center. On her hands, she had small spiked golden gauntlets. That covered her knuckles, the back of her hand and her wrists. FMA, Alex Armstrong gauntlets. Then from the wrists, two wide golden straps, went crisscrossed all the way up her arm to her shoulders. She took out a sword from her back. Demon sword, Lost Wayne. An exact copy of Asia appeared in front of her, in her balance breaker. One that had half her strength. Asia split her strength, the original having half and the clone having half. Let's go, the original said to the clone, who only nodded. Both Asias roared out as their auras exploded. Both of them focused their power in their right fists, who were glowing from the dense energy the fists contained. Fist of destruction. Both of them punched each other at the same time. Asterisk boom. Asterisk boom. Asterisk crack. But their fists never collided. The sheer force of the punches was preventing them from making contact. The air between their fists was chaotic, the space itself was shaking and collapsing, with lighting energy coming out from it. The backlash from the chaotic energy hit both Asias. Dozens of deep slash marks appeared on their bodies. Only for them to be healed the next second by a green hue. The Ices jumped back, their bodies back at peak shape before they launched at each other again. Aura. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Misaki and Zenobia. Clang. 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 Misaki and Zenobia were currently in the middle of a high-speed sword match. Zenobia was finally wielding Durandal while Misaki was using her sword Sacred Gear. Both girls kept clashing and sending sword slashes at each other. Misaki tried to get her with shadows and Zenobia just kept blowing up the terrain. "Ah, this is so tiresome," Misaki complained as she rolled her shoulders. Isaiah had doubled their gravity and resistance swords. Again. True. But you have just recently joined the supernatural side. I have been here since birth. Trained as an exorcist. And believe me, we are growing at a much faster pace than they could ever reach. For humans we are doing very well, Zenobia said as she laid down Durandal on the ground. Her arms were feeling numb. Misaki nodded. Isaiah said that if we keep up this pace, in a few years we could be contenders for the strongest human in the world. Currently, according to Isaiah, the strongest human is Tobio Acus, the wielder of the Longinus Canis Lycaon. And after him is my teacher Vasco Strata. If he were in his prime, I believe he can go toe-to-toe with Tobio. We have a lot of training to do if we want to catch up to them. Zenobia sighed. Misaki stretched her back. Well, we have all the time in the world. Thanks to Valerie we don't have to worry about getting old. Otherwise, we would probably be forced to become devils or something. I heard there are other options, Merlin said so himself. Zenobia shook her head. I don't want to become a devil. Isaiah is already one. If I become a devil, the chances of our child being born would decrease by a lot. Misaki just facepalmed at that. Do you think about anything else other than having a kid with Isaiah? Yes, Zenobia nodded seriously. Sleeping with Isaiah, having dates with him, having intense sex, having even more. Okay. Okay. I heard enough. Geez girl, you are thirsty as hell. Zenobia tilted her head. Thirsty? Well, now that you mention it, I could use some water right about now. Misaki grabbed her hand that was about to face palm. Before slumping her shoulders, just forget it, let's go get some water. In some ways it's better if you don't know these things. I shudder to imagine you with pop culture knowledge. Zenobia was confused again, but then just chalked it up to Misaki talking about strange things again. Feldera. Asterisk grrrrrrr. Gur asterisk. Storm clouds rumbled above Feldera as he sat cross-legged in his human form. He had a frown on his face. He was staring at something with a deep hatred. Dragons, are the species with the highest potential. But we are also among the slowest growers. A dragon needs many decades or even centuries to become truly strong. It has to do with our magical cores. As we age, the core only gets stronger and stronger. For a dragon to increase his strength quickly, there are two ways. For it to fight constantly, being as close to death as possible to extract its potential. This applies to every species frankly. And to learn more about their respective element and become more efficient with their power. Maybe even change up their fighting style. So I, the storm dragon Feldera Tempest, am about to face my greatest challenge yet. It will be tough, gruesome, and bloody. But I will prevail. Feldera glared down at the pile of science books related to storms and lightning. Like they were about to rise and attack him. He flinched away from their bright imaginary aura. Oh great and wise. Great Red, give me the strength to defeat this opponent. Oh make. Great Red suddenly twisted his head towards a certain green realm. Did a baby dragon just pray to me? To help him study? I swear each new generation just gets weirder and weirder. A/N. BTW Feldera is like 50 plus years old chronologically. But mentally he is around 19. Great and wise. Great Red. Two greats, hence why Feldera stopped. It was really funny to me when I wrote it. Gasper. Forbidden Baylor View. Then it was recognized a Longinus. It was renamed Ian Baylor. Chapter 78, Leaving Alheim and Ambush. We spent our days training and relaxing in Alheim. The fairies and elves didn't bother us. Well, the older ones didn't. The younger ones were like puppies. Just go around everyone, curious about every little thing. Gasper took a few photos of them sleeping together with Dino, who didn't notice a thing as they had no hostile intentions for him. Meredith collapsed from the cuteness of the scene. My protégé Mini Dio got some photos of her as well. So proud of him. But there is good news. After our spar, Gloxinia talked to the former kings and queens, now turned ministers. And they decided to officially join the alliance. I left a giant teleportation sword so we can come in if someone strong comes. I also left a few thousand swords for the elves like I did for the yokai. Then me and Meredith did some ward work again and made bunkers in case of an attack so civilians can hide until we teleport back. Gloxinia will be traveling with us. He says he is too weak and would like to travel the world with us. Enjoy the sights and get stronger in the meantime. Tiamat used her new goddess powers to bless the sacred tree and some other important locations. In exchange, the elves and the fairies will pray to her from time to time. So she can finally start gathering faith. The more people that pray to her, the stronger she gets. Me and her were sitting on top of the sacred tree. This one still needed some extra blessings. Since it was so powerful, any blessing that is put on it needs to be strong as well. This feels weird. I can hear their prayers. But another part of my mind is responsible for them. Which I am so glad. It would be a nightmare if I constantly hear someone in my head. Tiamat chuckles as she snuggles up to me. Well, you are a goddess now. So it is expected. I heard rumors that some gods make dozens of weak avatars of themselves and go around the world, answering a prayer so they can keep getting faith. And to mingle with the humans. I continue to play with her hair as both of us look down on the mythical forest. After another long week of training and then relaxing, it was time for us to leave. We have stayed enough here. We will go back to Kyoto to introduce Gloxinia to everyone and announce that Alheim has joined Nexus. Sniff, do you have to leave? Jarhead clung to her brother. Sigh, we have been over this, dear sister. I must do what's best for our people. And I will be back in a few months. You know how fast time goes for our race. You will barely even notice I'm gone. Gloxinia kept petting her head while looking at his ministers. The former kings. Keep things running as usual. You're doing a great job. I will be starting trade relations with the yokai. Their mouths twitched. He was dumping all the work on them while he was going on vacation. But he was the king. They had to obey his word. Understood. After everything was over, we left for the dimensional gap. Ah. This place is as shitty as I remember it, Dino mumbled. I don't know. I find it, mysterious, Misaki said as she gazed at the multicolored space. Bzzzzzzz, a tear appeared in the dimensional gap. Oh, what now? Meredith yelled out. Someone was entering the gap. But that was a sword slash. There are very few swords that can cut through space and open up a portal in the gap. And without even sending out some familiars to scout out the gap. A group walks through the portal. Oh. It's them. Asia deadpanned. You have got to be kidding me. Dino grinned when he saw who it was. Something hilarious is about to happen. I can feel it. Vali, Bai Cao, Arter, Le Fei. What are you doing here? Kuraka smiles at them. She already knew their goal just by the way Vali was glaring at Isaiah. But they were still her friends, sort of. At least she can say hi. Hi Kuraka. Le Fei cheerfully waved back. Good to see you again Kuraka-san. Arthur did a gentleman's bow. Yo Bai Cao just did a two-finger salute. While Vali was ignoring everybody. Isaiah, today I will have my revenge for the humiliation you have put me through. He or she, or whatever Vali identifies now, yelled at me with hatred. I just deadpanned. You are one stupid ass motherfuck Madifica. Languaging a Vilt yelled out. Shit, I couldn't stop that one. Samuel L. Jackson would be proud. Rah. Balance break. Vali yells out. Vanishing dragon. Balance break. Vali was encased in white draconic armor. Team Vali quickly backed away. So they won't be joining the fight. Pity. It would have been funny to just grab them and keep throwing them at Vali. Just to piss her off even more. Have to mention the wings on the back grew in size as they spread. A mysterious aura was unleashed from them. But I just smirked. We are in the gap. Where space is always unstable. Using an ability that have space is just idiotic. But I doubt Vali would be that dumb. And true to my expectations, Vali started to accelerate straight at me. The wings were dividing the space in front of her. She quickly appeared in front of me. This is actually a perfect opportunity. I have been dying to try out my new sword. I can't test this one out in case I kill them by accident. Sure, Valerie can bring them back, but that will break the team chemistry. And now such a convenient test dummy appeared. A giant sword appeared in front of me. It was mostly violet with a few light blue and green added, along the guard. It's one of the most ridiculous swords I managed to recreate with my new strength. The Zenith. I swung the heavy sword. It blasted Vali back. And that's without using its ability. Grr. Vali growled. I swung the heavy sword. It blasted Vali back. And that's without using its ability. Who is about to awaken? I am the White Dragon Emperor who will take the law down to the darkness. Who this is the MP Arrow Drive. Still, nothing I can't handle. The Zenith is a sword from the game Terraria. It's made up of 18 other swords, and its ability is to summon the souls of the swords it's made from and spin them around the user at extremely high speeds. Shredding everything around him. And guess how many swords I have created until now? Hundreds. I walk the road of domination with infinite destruction, and by piercing through the imaginary dream, I shall become a pure Emperor of White Dragon. Hundreds of special swords moving at speeds beyond what most ultimate class can see. This is going to be fun. And I shall have you obey the silvery white illusions and the perfect evil ways. Empyro Juggernaut Overdrive. A/N. There are two chants for Vali. Both are weird. Vali entered Juggernaut Drive. She became a white cyborg dragon. But instead of having a white color scheme, it was mostly silver. Something like he boosted Gear's Cardinal Crimson promotion. Both boosted Gear and Divine Dividing have weird transformations. Team reactions. Gloxinia whistled. Wow, that's quite the power. Tiamat noted. Very impressive. This Vali is quite talented in developing a new drive. Her power level is right on the border of the transcended class. One step in, then a step back. It's a pity that she is such a battle maniac. Kurama scoffed. Such people are idiots. They attack anyone and anything just so they can get a good fight out of it. Regardless of position. I heard of a maniac that attacked Tsukuyomi. The god naturally erased him from existence. Him and his friends. Wasn't that overkill? Mini Dio looked at Kurama. He attacked Tsukuyomi in the middle of a wedding. His great-grandson was getting married. Oh. That's acceptable then. Gasper nodded, understanding where the god's reaction. This will be fun. Nae Konako was looking at the fight with excitement in her eyes. On the other side, a bit further away from the team, Kuraka was chatting up Team Vali. So you are together now? Le Fei says in an excited voice. Yep, Kuraka grinned while showing a peace sign. Congrats. Congratulations. Kuraka, Bai Cao and Arthur nodded at her. Happy for their former teammate. MCPOV. Cyborg Dragon Vali flew straight at me, her power disturbing the space in front of her. having it, decreasing the space between us. This caused some explosions due to the space in the gap being unstable in the first place. But she was shrugging off the explosions. The moment of truth. I raised Zenith and slashed. SHHHHHHX. Hundreds of swords flew out and started to circle me at high speeds. Vali was slashed hundreds of times by different swords in a blink of an eye. The dragon roared out in pain. Divide. The force of the swords lessened. Divide. Now the swords did less damage. She halved the damage she was about to receive. Impressive. But not enough. I started to pump even more power into the Zenith. And started to swing it at high speeds. I added a dragon-slaying element to Zenith. That means that every sword under its control also gains it. I love this sword. The swords gained more power and sped up even more. Divide, 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 divide. Each time a sword hit her it left a line of blood. Hundreds of swords each second. She kept dividing their power and the amount of damage it caused her. Thanks to being an Empyro drive. She can also divide my power somewhat. But I am a transcended class being. I can resist the effects somewhat. Otherwise, Vali would just divide the strength of all the gods and be the strongest. Our blows left explosions in our path. The multicolored space was lit up. Vali was fighting without regard for her life. She took my blows head on just so she can do some damage to me. But in doing so she was rapidly losing blood. Her dragonic silver body was painted red from her blood. Compression divider. Oh, it's this one, an enhanced version of half dimension, that compresses the body of a specific opponent until they vanish. Nope. I ain't dealing with that. I raise my sword. But instead of them spinning around in different directions, this times all the swords will attack in one single line. The energy from Vali's attack was launched at me. It quickly hit me and the effect started. I used my power to offset the effect and slashed at Vali. Feldera, this one is for you. Divine Departure. I slashed at the cyborg dragon. A blackish red flying slash hit Vali. Then hundreds of swords repeated the attack. Each one cutting deeper and deeper. Feldera raised his hand in the air. Yes. That was awesome. The dragon roared out in pain, getting weaker by the second until it started to shrink back. Vali slowly turned into her human form. Her clothes were ripped apart, her chest was bare. There was a big diagonal slash on her chest. Going from the neck to her hip. You could see the bones of her ribcage. Damn, she is still alive. A juggernaut's defense is no joke. I look at Team Vali, who weren't moving from their place. You aren't going to try and save her? I raise an eyebrow at them. By Cao and Arthur's side. While Le Fay only looked sad, she was the one to start talking. Vali said that this will be the final fight. And if she were to lose, we are not to interfere when you try to kill her. Losers have no right to live, were her words. Their somber mood was obvious. But they have made their peace with it. Vali's words were clear. Victory or death. Nay, Isaiah. I know you said you would kill Vali the next time you see her. I thought I had made my peace with it, seeing as he is the one that comes back for another beating. But I realized I don't want to see him die. She Kuraka. Facepalmed. She helped me out when I was in a rough spot. Can't you just cripple her, make sure she doesn't have access to her power anymore? I look at one of my lovers. Honestly, it's even that big of a request. I was planning on taking all the power Vali has. But I can just as easily leave enough for her to be a normal human. I will triple all the magical pathways in her body and end it there. It's not worth making one of my lovers sad over something as insignificant as Vali. Plus, with her personality, being left with no power whatsoever must be her own personal hell. Sure, love. I give Kuraka a small smile. The girl beamed and jumped me, giving me a deep kiss. Okay, enough. After a full minute, Asia yelled out. Kuraka broke the kiss and gave her a glare. Valerie chuckled as she went to Vali and closed the wound on her chest. She won't die, but she will be in pain for a few months. Valerie was feeling a bit petty from their vacation being interrupted. Soul Sword Ruriiro Kyojaku. I stab Vali with both swords. After a few minutes I rip out the divine dividing along with 99% of Vali's strength. She will no longer be able to gather or keep any sort of power. Mana or ki. That has been locked away for her. She will spend the rest of her life as a human. I made sure to leave 50 years of life force in her. So who is getting divine dividing? Kurama asked curiously. Very few of us have a fighting style that will work together with that gear, Zenobia said with a head tilt. Actually, I will be taking it. My words got jaw drops from everybody. Really? Why? You haven't shown any interest in it before. I just grin at them. I got it, not for the divide. I already have a sword that does the same. But to use Albion to change my race into a dragon. Nanny Feldera yelled out while Tiamat froze. She realized why I wanted it. Devils have low birth rates, and I want to give Tia some dragon babies. That and the big boost in power I will get as a dragon. I grin at her as I put the orb inside me. Futuristic white and blue wings spread on my back. Sigh, thank you for not killing Vali. But you are definitely insane. This is the first time someone got me just so they can turn into a dragon. You realize that it's kind of insulting, right? Albion complained. It's a hit to his pride that I don't want his power. Yep, but I don't really care. I laugh at him, when a wild Tiamama jumps me and buries her face in my chest, giving me a crushing hug. Tiamat. I need to breathe. She is still physically stronger than me. And it was starting to hurt. But Tia just hugged me harder. You took down Albion and a few others. I am not happy. A childish voice echoes around us. All of us turned to the source of the voice. There was a cute young girl with long black hair down to her hips and black eyes. She was wearing a black gothic outfit. She was glaring straight at us. Every single one of us froze in place. And there was one thought that was in our minds. Fuke *. Chapter 79, A Wild Offis appears. If you want to read ahead or just support me, go check out my pat. There are a lot of FICS and ideas there. Every single one of these FICS and chapters will be released eventually. But if you don't want to wait or just want to support me, check out the pat. patreon.com/alcoholic_panda. Word count 1720. It's a shame web novel doesn't allow bolded words. All of Offis's dialogue is bolded. As well as the chant. Drop some stones if you liked the chow. Fuke *. Was the thought that everybody screamed out in their minds. Offis the Ouroboros dragon. The infinite dragon god. Was right in front of us. God damn it. Why does this shit happen to me? First randomly seeing great red when I cut into the gap, now Offis suddenly appears. You destroyed my pawns. I need more, join me or perish. The murder lowly says in a dead tone. Her voice was completely monotone. Plan A, tell her that her cow's brigade will betray her. Offis, I have information and proof that you will be betrayed. Will you hear me out? This information for letting us leave. No, Offis answers back. Join me or perish. Fuke *. Plan B then. Trick her. Then I challenge you. If we manage to injure you. Will you hear me out? I call out. My team was gathering their power behind me. No, says Offis, surprising Isaiah and the rest. With your combined might, however weak your attack may be, you are capable of cutting my scales to draw blood, a scratch, but it is an injury. All of us twitched at that. With our current levels, she says we can just scratch her. And all of us know we can do a lot more than that, but nobody is stupid enough to tell her that. You attack me alone, if you manage to injure me, I will listen to you. I nod at her. Isaiah boss. My team looked at me with worried faces. Especially my lovers. There was a high chance that this would fail. Get back. I'm about to go nuclear. Things are about to get messy. And don't worry. Your leader isn't weak, I smirk at them. Gravity and resistance swords. Kai. Mana suppressing. Kai. Mana shroud. Kai. Ki suppressing. Kai. One by one I unsealed all of my training swords. My power exploded. Showing my true transcended class power. But this was not enough. Celestial Forge. Balance Breaker. Overblade. I grab the boosting sword and slash at myself. Boost. Go Isaiah. My team cheered me on. I took a deep breath. I only got one shot at this. I am the bone of my sword. Steel is my body, fire is my blood. I have created over 1,000 blades. Unknown to death, nor known to life. I laugh at the world and pursue the peak. I shall become the sword that severs all. And destroy you in a world of infinite swords. Unlimited blade works. My team was prepared for Isaiah to summon his domain. But that didn't happen. Instead, I just created a giant portal that lead to my soul. I'm not stupid enough to take off eyes inside what's basically my soul. She would rip it apart. On the other side of the portal were thousands of blades. Boost. I boost my power once again. Resonance. All of the swords in my domain start to shake. Slowly a white orb came out of each sword. Isaiah. That giant sword of yours won't be able to cut off eyes. Tiamat yells out. I know. Spirit of sword can cut souls but can't cut through infinity. So I'm going to brute force it. I gather each of the orbs together. Boost. Come sword of rupture. The souls combine to form a sword if it can even be called that. The blade itself and the tip of the sword, spun in a spiral shape, are dull. It has the shape of a cylindrical, drill-shaped pillar made up of 3 independently rotating segments engraved with crimson cuneiform lettering that spin slowly in an alternating direction. The middle segment spinning clockwise and the top and bottom segments spinning counterclockwise. Each of the segments represents the heavens, the earth, and the underworld. EA. Sing as much as you like. I call out to the sword. The segments started spinning faster and faster. I pumped all my mana and ki into this. I will tell you of the beginning. Heaven and earth split. Nothingness congratulated creation. And my sword of rupture cleaved the world. In the back, Vali and Isaiah's team were looking at the sword with awe. Wolafay yelled out. Where does he keep pulling out these swords? Dino just sweat dropped. Impressive as always. I'm glad he didn't use this sword in our spars. Gloxinia shook his head. That sword is dangerous. Arthur was clenching Caleb until his fist was white. Do we need to run? Zenobia nervously asked. Freaking awesome. Many Dio fang-earled. Off-Eyes tilted her head. She was looking at the sword with the tiniest bit of interest. Mortar of the stars. Heaven's hell is the eve of creation's celebration. Now die and be silent. A small sun appeared at the tip of the sword. Enuma Elish. I pointed the sword at her. The sun exploded outward in a crimson-black beam. Dozens of meters in diameter. The beam engulfed Opis. And kept on traveling into the dimensional gap. This was the representation of my full power. I gave everything I had into this attack. The beam lasted for a few more seconds, until I was out of power. When the smoke cleared we saw the result. Off-Eyes has some light injuries, and her clothes were torn, she also had a bit of blood on them. The next second the injuries heal almost instantly. And her clothes were cleaned and repaired. That was unexpected. Fuke *ing monster. Sigh, all I can say is expected from Off-Eyes. Tia sighed out. Kurama nodded. The dragon gods are something else. While the rest of them had their jaws dropped. Rossweisse was terrified but kept a calm face. Well, there are only 3 known beings that belong to that class after all. The unofficial immortal class. As they cannot be killed. They will just be reborn a few decades later. You have managed to injure me. Speak. Off-Eyes flew near me. Memory sword. I materialize a sword in my hand and floated it to Off-Eyes. This sword contains the information that I wanted to give you in the form of memories. Just cut yourself a bit on the palm and you will receive the information. Off-Eyes just took the sword and used her finger to cut her palm. The sword will probably break if she tried to cut herself with it. Then she put the edge of the blade on the wound. Soon memories flooded her mind. How Cao's brigade betrayed her, how Cao split her body. How Lilith was formed and became Rezevim's bodyguard. Every single thing the brigade did against her. Off-Eyes came back to reality with the same look as before. Stone cold. Emotionless. So they have decided to betray me. That's a pity. Now I have to eliminate them and start all over again. There was no anger in her eyes. No sadness. Just mild irritation. Probably because she has to start all over from the beginning. And did I just take care of Cao's brigade? I do not like to be in someone's debt. Off-Eyes points at me and fires off a black snake. Before I could even do anything the snake entered my body and went directly into divine dividing. Isaiah, something is affecting my gear. Albion yells out. You said you wish to become a dragon. That snake will speed up the process. It will activate soon and use Albion to turn you into a dragon. I smile at that. Thank you, Off-Eyes. She probably just helped me out a lot. I open my storage space and pull out a bag of cookies. I open it and float all the cookies to Off-Eyes. What is this? Off-Eyes looked at the cookie with a curious look. That's a cookie, I reply back. And what is the function of this cookie? It's food, you eat it, I pushed down the smile that was about to form. This Rossweisse is a lot more amusing. She was holding the cookie at eye level and trying to see if there was anything special about it. I do not require food, Rossweisse says blankly. I know, but try it anyway. Rossweisse bit down on the cookie and started to chew. She then froze. Her eyes widened ever so slightly. She then started to nibble on the cookie quickly. When she finished it, she took another one. She completely ignored the rest of us. And just focused on the cookies in front of her. This is the Ouroboros dragon. Valerie came to my side. Her lip was twitching as she was looking at Rossweisse. It might be better not to say her name, love. Who knows when she might change her mind and kill us. One by one my team started to get closer to me. Rossweisse finished the last of her cookies and a flash of disappointment appeared in her grey reptilian eyes for a single moment before they went back to normal. Where do I get more? You buy them, Misaki says to the murder loli. What is buy? Rossweisse stared at Misaki, scaring her and making her hide behind one of the stronger members. In this case Gloxinia. It's where you use money to get things that you want, I cut in, making Rossweisse shift her focus on me again. Money. Rossweisse tilted her head to the side in confusion. Oh boy. After you take care of the Cow's brigade, take all their gold and gems, and bring them to us in Kyoto. And we will give you massive amounts of cookies and even more delicious sweets in exchange. A tiny spark of excitement formed in her eyes before Rossweisse disappears into thin air. Without a sound or trace. One moment she was there and the next she was gone. I turned to Kuramatel Yasaka to buy a dozen cookies and sweet factories. We are going to be filthy rich after this. Everybody deadpanned at this madman. This was followed by a few face palms. Forget about that, what about the snake in you, Kurama grumbles. I shrugged, it will activate soon. I'm pretty sure it will be extremely painful, so Asia, Valerie please be on standby. I dropped on the ground as I screamed out in pain. Isaiah. Fuke asterisk. This hurts. Mother. Fuke asterisk er. Fuke, fuke, fuke asterisk kkkkkkkk. The team just let out a relieved sigh. If he could still curse, it means it isn't that bad. Chapter 80, back to Nexus. Oh stop it you crybaby, Kurama sniffed at Isaiah, who was gritting his teeth while Valerie and Asia were dulling the pain. You try getting your every cell changed at high speeds. My entire being is currently getting rewritten, Isaiah glared at Kurama who just smirked at him. Their group was still a bit shaken up from meeting Rossweisse. Kurama was the first that get over it since he wasn't in any danger. Hey Isaiah. Kurama said seriously, grabbing his attention. What? Isaiah gritted his teeth. Even if Valerie and Asia dulled the pain, it was still not enough. You planned to become a dragon from the start. I always wondered why you avoided killing the red and white emperors, but you were letting them live, like pigs to be slaughtered. Everyone turned to Isaiah who just nodded. Yet, I planned on killing Drake's host, I really dislike him. But I left Vali alive just in case the other one somehow dies. Isaiah groaned on the inside. Fuke asterisking plot armor saves the pervert again. At first I was going to let him live so he can deal with all the bullshit in the future, but seeing as I destroyed the plot, I decided to kill him, but then Vala shows up and Albion was delivered to me on a silver platter. And the pervert lives, for now. Gloxinia sighed out, I can't believe it, the first time I ever leave my home I meet one of the most powerful beings in existence. When you said a life of adventure. I wasn't expecting this. Misaki was patting the fairy king on the shoulder. You will get used to it after a while. She is just trying to make you feel better. You never get used to it, Dino cut in, and he got a head smacked by Meredith. Dino, have some tact. Dino looks at her incuriously. Tact? You are talking about tact to me? When we are 2 for 2 on Dragon Gods. This team has existed only for a few months and we have met 4 of the Dragon Kings. We technically met Fafnir as well, since he is acting as a battery for my dad's sacred gear. So 5 Dragon Kings. We met and partied with the Norse top gods, destroyed a pretty strong faction, heroes. Fought old man Wukong and met both of the dragon gods. Everybody was surprised by Dino's rant. Feldera sighed out, he does have a point. But that's what makes it awesome. Here. Gasper laughed with him. Meredith gave Dino a small glare who just put up his hands. Hey, I didn't say I don't like the adventure, but asking for tact on a crazy team like this is a bit weird in the first place. Rossweisse giggled. He got you there, Meredith. Grrrrrrr, Isaiah growled as his draconic aura grew stronger by the second. Ha 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 ha. This is fantastic. My sworn friend is becoming a dragon. No, we are not mere friends anymore. We are brothers. Ra-ha-ha-ha-ha. Feldera laughed like a madman. Ha ha ha, Senpai is going to get stupidly OP again. And I love it. Ha ha ha, Gasper was clutching his stomach from laughing too hard. Isaiah Senpai is getting broken again. Konako said with a flushed face. Isaiah's dragon aura was affecting her. But since she is young, she was able to keep her cool, and not jump him. Her calm character helped as well. Nay-san, stop embarrassing yourself, Konako grumbled. Left from her, Tiamat was sitting on Kuraka to stop her from jumping on Isaiah. She was going into heat just from his new draconic aura. Chiron, don't be so mean to your big sister, you feel his aura too, right? He is irresistible. Tiamat's pupils were dilating as well, but she was a lot older and could control herself better. So she just increased her weight just a bit to weigh Kuraka down even more. Ingevild grinned as she kneeled in front of Kuraka. You look like you need to chill down. She pointed her hand at her. Kuraka's eyes instantly widened, knowing Chan. Wait. Splash. Water came out of her finger, dousing Kuraka and Tiamat. Nay. It's cold. Kuraka started to scream, while Tiamat just smiled at their antics. The water did nothing to her. She was a goddess of the sea. It was like trying to make water wet. Kuraka, calm yourself, Tiamat smirked at her. You are supposed to set a good example for your sister. And she is the one setting an example for you. Nay. You guys suck. Kuraka slumped on the ground, not resisting anymore. A bit further away, Leify and the rest were around the collapsed Vali. Well, I told her, Alafay grumbled as she healed up Vali. The now very weak human Vali. Sigh, we did warn him. Ugh. Why is this so confusing? Baikao graved his head. Arthur just shook his head, raised his hand, and made a communication magic circle appear on his palm. A few moments later, a holographic Azazel appeared. Good evening, Governor General. I am afraid I have some bad news about Vali. Where are you at the moment? Arthur says in a calm, composed manner. Sigh. Vali, hey? What's that stupid kid of mine done now? Azazel says with an exhausted look on his face. As for my location, I arrived in Kyoto and I have been busy researching this new type of barrier that the yokai have. Some really interesting stuff. Isaiah's eyebrow starts twitching. Arthur and Baikao started getting nervous. Isaiah appeared next to Arthur. We will be bringing them back to Kyoto. And you and me are going to have a little chat, Azazel. The fallen just facepalmed. Crud. Really, Arthur? You couldn't have said something about them being near you. Arthur had drops of sweat fall down his face. Respectfully, I'm not in any position to make moves like that. Or we might just lose our heads. Sigh. Fine. I'll wait for you in the nearest Oppai club here. I am looking forward to seeing some sexy yokai Lottie. Isaiah cuts him off. No, you will enter Yasaka's castle. She has already been notified. We will be arriving there in a few minutes. Isaiah glances at Arthur, who gets the message to end the call. Beep. Isaiah sighs. Everyone get ready, I'll teleport us to Kyoto. Azazel is trying to sneak in through wards. Which I should have seen coming. Dino just facepalms and hides his face. Really, Dad? Really? Rahahaha, Dino's dad has balls, I'll give him that. Feldera laughs loudly. Kurama smiled. I informed Yasaka, she will go and pick up Azazel. Isaiah, are you sure you in any state to make such a big jump? Isaiah was sluggish and was grimacing when he moves. I have to be the one to do it. I should be able to handle it, even if it will be painful. Gather around. Everybody moved closer to Isaiah, who made a 4-meter sword. This one is linked to the giant beacon we have in Kyoto, it will send us right to it. This will be somewhat uncomfortable, so I suggest you prepare yourself. Isaiah pumped power into the sword. Shhhhhhhhh. It ripped a portal right below them, swallowing everyone in an instant. Erasing all traces of them in the gap, like they were never there in the first place.
Thanks for listening.